הבאים לכנס המדיני-ביטחוני של המכון למדיניות ואסטרטגיה באוניברסיטת רייכמן. שלום לאלה שנמצאים איתנו כאן, לאלה שנמצאים איתנו בפייסטיים ולאלה שנמצאים איתנו באתר המכון. ישראל מתמודדת עם אתגרים רבים ולכן
Israel is coping with many challenges and therefore we are holding a special conference to talk about the strategy that's needed for Israel. I call upon Professor Rafi Melnik, Provost to Academic Issues and Acting Director of the Reichman University. Good morning, welcome to the Reichman University. The Prime Minister, Mr. Naftali Bennett, Professor Reichman, the chair of the board and the founder of the university, Mr. Fadlon, Mayor of Herzliya, General in Reserves Amos Gilad, the Director of the Institute for Policy and Strategy, ambassadors of Egypt, Finland, the EU, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Russia, Italy, and Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy that our dealing with the coronavirus enables us to hold this conference with an audience, which is something that we really missed, and I hope we'll be able to continue to do so. It's true that the participants from abroad are still online and remote listening, but let's hope that next year they'll be able to come and join us without any fear. According to the tradition of the Herzliya conferences, there's always a session of the Prime Minister's session where the Prime Minister talks about the deep analysis about the state of the nation and sometimes also strategic objectives of policy. And in the past, in the Herzliya conferences, the Prime Minister always said very significant things. I'm very happy that we are renewing this tradition, which was stuck for a while, and I welcome the Prime Minister for the fact that he's come here and participates with us. The Prime Minister, Mr. Naftali Bennett, is a very welcome guest in the Reichman University. Yes, a hand of applause is in order. He was the first who related to us publicly in one of the speeches. I think it was in this hall or another. He related at the time to IDC as a university. And we owe him a vote of thanks for that. I also think that he understood that if it looks like a duck, it walks like a duck, and apparently it's a duck. And in this way, he didn't have any problem to identify us as a university, because from day one, we built ourselves here as a university with research, a leading university in the state of Israel. The 1 minute I want to take advantage of, the conference is going to deal with the strategy that Israel needs, and of course, I will talk about something that seems very important to me. We have to put an objective of bridging the gap of productivity. The gap of productivity, namely the production per worker, per hour of Israelis today is about $46. In the countries that we identified in the European Union, in the same size of population, it's never exactly identical, but if we compare them to us, a worker produces per hour $76. How do we explain this gap? It's a huge gap. It's a gap that has to be bridged, and this has to be one of a central objective of the State of Israel. It's not going to happen within a year or two, but we must embark upon a path to hopefully do it. The remedies are quite known. We held a lot of researchers, and I want to mention two things that are the most essential. One, you have to invest in infrastructure in a large scope, as we did in the 60s and the 50s. That's going to bring us to growth. And the second thing, which is very important, is professional training in a large scope, because in the last few years, with the growth of the manpower, people came into the labor market without skills as are needed in a technological advanced country. And unless we take care of these populations, the productivity gap is not going to be bridged. And I wish all of us a very successful Herzliya conference. Good morning, everybody. The Prime Minister is already here, so I'm going to be very brief. We decided to hold a conference that will deal with the eternal question, what is the strategy needed? And I'm very happy that the Prime Minister agreed, and we're all very happy. First of all, it's his first historical visit to the Reichman University, but on a national level, I can say something personal. I feel that we're in a different era, and maybe unpleasant things are behind us, and Israel can go on the right path and materialize the right strategy. I have the honor to call upon the Prime Minister, MK Naftali Bennett, to talk to us, to this important and distinguished audience. I'm very excited for the fact that you're all here. I have the honor to call upon the Prime Minister to talk about the future policy. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
It's wonderful to be here at Reichman University. Chair of the board and founding president of Reichman University, my dear friend, Professor Uriel Reichman. Professor Rafi Melnick, acting president and provost of the Institute for Policy and Strategy, Major General Amos Gilad, diplomats, honored guests. For 30 years, the main enemy of the State of Israel has been the Islamic Republic of Iran. The resources that Israel has invested in contending with the Iranian threat, the financial resources, technological resources, covert and overt alike, are enormous. And it seems that after such a long time, we have to look back on what we have achieved and to decide whether we have to recalibrate the enormous effort that we are making. And the answer is that if we look at what is going on from an intellectual perspective, the answer is yes. And let's start with the nuclear program. When I first became Prime Minister, less than 6 months ago, I was amazed by the gap between the rhetorics and the action. I found a very concerning gap between the declarations that we will never allow Iran to become a nuclear superpower and what I inherited in the Prime Minister's office. And to summarize, Iran is in a very advanced state. Its nuclear program is very advanced. Its enrichment machine is extensive and broader than ever before. In addition, alongside the progress with its nuclear program, Iran consistently and persistently surrounded Israel by a ring of militias and rockets of all types. In the last decade, from every window in the State of Israel, Iran is looking in. The northeast, the militias, the Shiite militias in Syria. We have Hezbollah in the north and Hamas and Islamic Jihad from the south. Iran has surrounded Israel with missiles while they sit safely in Tehran. They harass us from afar, they waste our resources, they cause damage to our country without even leaving their homes. They draw blood without paying a price. It's an excellent arrangement from their perspective. The obvious conclusion is that this method of chasing specific terrorists that are handled by Quds force is no longer relevant or logical. We have to reach the one that is sending these terrorists. Since the frustrating days of battle during the Second Lebanon War, I have been I've been haunted by the question of how is it possible that a soldier like Ro'i Klein of blessed memory was killed by emissaries of Iran without Iran paying a price of any kind. How can we accept this asymmetric situation? On the one hand, it's a one-side battle. On our side, Tehran, people are being killed here at the orders of Tehran, while the Iranians sit in their homes protected and safe. The Second Lebanon War was what brought me into the world of politics, and today, as Prime Minister, I do not forget Ro'i Klein or my dear friend Emmanuel Moreno of blessed memory, and all of the IDF soldiers that shielded the Israeli citizens from Iranian terror that makes its appearances in different forms. When I became Prime Minister, one of the first things that I did the second week in office was a policy review. I reassessed Israel's policy regarding Iran, with an emphasis, of course, on the nuclear program, but also considering the Cold War that is ongoing between Israel and Iran in the region. It was a long and comprehensive process in which I learned a lot, and it had two aspects. One was to understand the enemy to the best of our ability, and to understand ourselves, what we have done so far, where we went wrong and where we were successful. And here are my conclusions. First, the asymmetry is the fundamental Israeli strategic failure. They send terrorists from Lebanon, from Gaza, and from even further, and we are fighting with the terrorists that they send. This plays exactly into their hands. That's exactly what they want to happen. They want us to fight with the ones that they send, with their proxies. We have to take advantage of our relative advantages and use them against their weaknesses in a much more effective way than we ever did before. Israel has a very strong, resilient economy. Our cyber industry is leading worldwide. We have democracy, we have international legitimacy, we have mutual responsibility. When we look back at our history, that is how the United States won the Soviet Union at the end of the 1980s. There was never an actual kinetic attack by the U.S. against the Soviet Union. It was using the relative advantages versus the enemy's vulnerabilities. We have to increase the gap with our between us and our enemies, all of them together and each alone. Israel is a very strong country, but it has to become even stronger, much stronger. How can that be done? We need a competitive and growing economy. We have introduced a wave of reforms that take our economy to the next level, and so that our economy will grow on an international scale, and we can use the fruit of that success to invest in empowerment missiles and cyber and laser technologies and other technologies, and invest in salaries of soldiers. This is the type of empowerment that leaves no room for doubt and makes it clear to everyone that they should not even try us. And my final conclusion is related to the previous one. It is related to the core of the Zionist ethos on which we were all raised, taking initiative, being active, not postponing, not denying, doing what has to be done all the time. The state of Israel must maintain its ability to take action at any time and under any political circumstances. I want to pause for a moment and look around us, take at a panoramic view of where Israel stands now in November 2021. Israel is going in the right direction. We have stopped the political spiral. We have a budget. We have restored stability in the state of Israel. We are coping with the pandemic in a professional and excellent way. Our economy is open, which enables us to grow on fantastic levels. We reached 7% this year. During the fourth wave, not only did we overcome the wave, during the wave itself, we developed tools that would enable the state of Israel to continue living its life even in the case of an ongoing pandemic. Israel will remain open. Israel will be able to live alongside the pandemic and not be managed by it. Our foreign relations are flourishing with many countries around the world, distant and near. The conflicts between our country and our neighbors who have always defined Israel which defined Israel since its establishment, no longer defines us to the same extent. I have held many consultations over the last few months in which world leaders talked about Israeli innovation. They talked about the booster shots. We talked about collaboration in almost every possible field. Israel is powerful, it's strong, it's successful, and open to the rest of the world. On the other side is the Islamic Republic of Iran, an enemy that we are not interested in, a nation that we have nothing against, a regime that, in order to justify its lack of sustainability, marked the great Satan and the small Satan, and we became the small Satan. But, ladies and gentlemen, Iran is not the giant that we think it is. And I want to emphasize that because we tend to enlarge it. Iran is much more vulnerable than we may think. The Iranian regime is corrosive. It is in the most extreme place it has been in since 1979. In the regime, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are actually running the regime. This is a regime that is unable to supply water to its citizens. Water, a regime with an economy that is weak. It is a corrupt regime that is forcefully controlling its people through fear. And we have to realize that Iran, unlike its reputation, they're not suicidal. They're very protective of their own lives. The Iranian family, for example, has an average of only 2 children. In the 1970s, there were about 7 children on average per family. So they will always prefer to find volunteers from Lebanon or Syria or other places that will fight for them. We see that in Syria all the time. We are at a critical point in this ongoing conflict with Iran, which is actually the battle between the entire world with the radical Islamic regime in the region, in an attempting to create Shiite hegemony with a strong nuclear program. We will not look down. We face a complex time. There may be conflicts. We may argue with our allies, but it will not be the first time. In any case, even if an agreement is renewed, Israel is not a party in the agreement. Israel is not committed and will not be committed to an agreement. The mistake that we made after the previous nuclear agreement in 2015 will not be repeated. At the time, with all the noise beforehand, the moment the agreement was signed, it had an immediate impact on us. Israel fell asleep at the guard post. We focused on other things, and we will learn from that mistake. We will maintain our ability to take action. Honored guests, from the moment Israel was established, it has faced challenge after challenge. Countries change, the names change. But we are never never left alone. But nevertheless, we continue, we thrive from one year to the next, building up and deepening our roots in our land. We have become a small army, from small groups into regional superpower. We are no longer a poor country. We are a thriving economy, a growing economy, one of the most energetic and thriving economies in the world. The challenges have shaped who we are. They have made us stronger, and to some extent, they have made us what we are today. We will overcome this challenge as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister Bennett. And now, after we heard the Israeli strategy from the PM, let's look aside to the American strategy, Israel's greatest friend in the Middle East. The man who is going to talk to us about it is Brett McCurg, with a lot of experience. He is the coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa in the White House, to talk to Amos Gilad, General in Reserves.
I will never forget our coordination cooperation and your unique contribution to defeat ISIS and to solve other national security problems of U.S. You deserve medal.
Well, it's always an honor to speak with you, and I wish I was there in person, but I hope to see you again in person soon, and hopefully at this conference in person next year.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. So I would like to begin by asking you, what is the updated policy of United States vis-a-vis Israel, and especially we do have a growing concern about the growing threat of Iran, and in two arenas, the nuclear and the regional one, including the armed UAVs, missiles, rockets. So what is the update? Thank you.
Well, I think I'll back up a little bit and just talk about our overall approach to the Middle East region fundamentally. I think after the last more than 20 years since 9/11, I've stood in my fourth administration now. I think we have seen the United States really pursue maximalist objectives throughout this region for 20 years. I was here in the Bush administration. Our policy was regional transformation, democratization. I think throughout the Obama administration, we had some differing policies from year to year, but ultimately out of the Arab Spring, really maximalist objectives. We had a regime change policy in Syria. The Trump administration in particular, I think, while President Trump said he wanted to get out of the Middle East, they set real maximalist objectives, particularly in Iran, which is a regime change policy in Iran. And I can go on about a number of the lessons learned throughout that period. What we're trying to do here is really focus on core objectives and getting back to basics, really back to the basics of sound policy, sound statecraft, alignment of ends and means, support for partners, setting realistic objectives and then pursuing those aggressively, being ambitious about the power of America's influence and diplomacy, while also being realistic about limits. But fundamentally, when you talk about back to basics, it is support for our friends in Israel and for Israel's national security. I think you've seen that throughout the first 10 months of the Biden administration. We are fully committed to Israel's national security, Israel's defense. We're fully committed to replenishing your Iron Dome systems. Obviously, we work very closely throughout the region over the 11 days of the Gaza conflict back in March. So that is something I think you will see continue. And of course, Israel is now a central element of CENTCOM, something that was finalized earlier this year. And I think that just helps the overall intercoordination between our militaries, but also diplomatically. Our UN ambassadors in Israel this week, our deputy Treasury Secretary is in Israel this week. I'll be in Israel next month. We have constant communications at the highest levels. Jake Sullivan spoke with his counterpart, Eyal Gulata, just yesterday. I'll be at the Manama Dialogues over the weekend with Secretary Austin. Of course, we'll have meetings with Secretary Gantz and others. So it is constant coordination, communication about issues throughout the region. Of course, that brings us to Iran. I think nobody here in the Biden administration has any illusions about Iran. Iran is not a friend. They are an adversary. We also recognize that we want to approach where possible, pursue avenues for de-escalation. There's a lot of dialogue going on in the region. We fully support that. But of course, de-escalation only works if you also have a deterrent capacity. So we're very committed to ensuring that all of our partners in the Middle East, particularly in the Gulf, have the abilities to protect and defend themselves as they pursue avenues of de-escalation. We are focused first and foremost on Iran's nuclear program because since the United States left Iran, the JCPOA, we have seen Iran's nuclear program really just grow in leaps and bounds and is now approaching truly alarming levels in terms of advanced centrifuges, stockpiles of 60%, 20% enriched uranium. And we are now about to begin another round of negotiations in Vienna at the end of the month, and we'll have to see how that goes. But as President Biden has said, we are prepared to pursue other options if diplomacy fails. But as of right now, we still remain very committed to the diplomatic course. And to that regard, we have not lifted any sanctions. We have not reduced any pressure. So we continue to pursue a dual approach of diplomacy and pressure. And we're hopeful that this can lead to an outcome together with our partners in the E3 and also with China and Russia. President Biden just spoke with Xi Jinping earlier this week, and Iran was a central agenda item between those two leaders.
I would like to ask you, if Iran continues to enhance the threat against Israel in the whole area, even vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia, and if the talks in Vienna fail, can we trust other options, real options? Because the image of Iran, it seems that maybe they are convinced that there is no real threat to them. So what is the policy? What you can share with us about the policy and the Israeli priorities vis-a-vis the unique need to prevent nuclear Iran and the regional threat towards Israel based on missiles, armed UAVs, rockets, and so on?
Well, first you take an issue nearby, one that I know quite well in Syria. We fully support Israel's freedom of action in Syria, Israel's right to defend itself in Syria from these Iranian proxy IRGC networks, which were trying to establish a beachhead in Syria. I think it's now much more difficult for them. We just saw, which was reported in the media over the last week, the IRGC leader in Syria was basically removed from the country. We think that's an encouraging sign, actually. So we support Israel's right to defend itself, as I mentioned earlier. That's fundamental to our policy. We support Israel's freedom of action, particularly in Syria and near Israel's borders. That's something that we are fully committed to. Looking out more broadly, I think the UAV threat is a new threat in the region. We are seeing this in particular in Saudi Arabia, where sometimes 40 to 50 UAVs are launched a month. I will say, I think Secretary Austin will speak to this during the Manama dialogues. We are fully committed to the defense of Saudi's territory as well, something that President Biden himself has reaffirmed a number of times. And in that regard, we are helping Saudi Arabia, but Saudi Arabia is really doing it on its own, defeat 90% of those systems. Frankly, that was not the case as of January, February, because this is a relatively new threat. It is the case now. And of course, we will not quit until it's 100%. I will say, Amos, this issue is a topic of conversation between us, the Israelis, and of course, all of our partners throughout the region about how to defeat these systems. They're a threat to us, they're a threat to Israel, they're a threat to our partners. And I think I've seen just dramatic improvements over the last 9 months here. And of course, we're going to continue to make sure we do everything we can to defeat those networks and those threats. You know, the thing about Iran, Amos, as you know better than anyone, they don't spend that much money on these proxy networks. So sanctions are effective at some level. They're not effective at really getting at this problem. I think what is most effective is strengthening the capabilities of partners to ensure that they can defend themselves against these types of threats, closing vacuums, trying to avoid new failed states in the region in which proxy networks, whether from Iran or extremists like ISIS or Al-Qaeda, use as a petri dish to grow their own influence and capabilities. So we're working on improving state capacity, working on improving defense capacity. It is a constant discussion between us and our partners throughout the Middle East.
How do you see today our unique developing relationship between Israel and the Arab states? It looks something historic, and U.S. contribution is very important. What is your view based on your experience?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. I want to just reaffirm, I'm speaking here from the White House, the Biden administration fully supports 100% the Abraham Accords. We want to strengthen the existing Abraham Accords, and we are pursuing new opportunities, very much behind the scenes. We are pursuing new opportunities. I was just in UAE last weekend, and it is quite extraordinary. I mean, the Abraham Accords are not just, it wasn't just about a new agreements between two capitals. What you really see in terms of the people-to-people exchanges, the private sector exchanges, is really quite extraordinary, and it's growing quite rapidly. And I think it opens up new opportunities for really the entire Middle East region. You know, a lot of challenges in the Middle East, which we're also very mindful of, the security challenges, of course, take up a great deal of our attention, but we're looking over the horizon at climate, at technological change, at migration, the issues that, of course, pandemics, issues that cross borders and that require cooperation between different countries. So, including countries that historically have not had direct open relations. So we think the Abraham Accords are quite important and something we fully support, and we're pursuing and spending a lot of diplomatic capital behind the scenes to strengthen the existing ones and also look for new opportunities. Related to that, if I could dovetail, we've also seen a trend over the last 9 to 10 months, which we also think is encouraging. A number of the kind of polarized divides that we had seen in the region, whether between, say, Qatar and Turkey and UAE and Egypt, we've seen those close up. I just had a meeting with the Crown Prince in Abu Dhabi with Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed about the kind of new paradigm by which the Emiratis are viewing the world. And we're hearing this from everybody. We're hearing this in Cairo, in Ankara, in Doha, a real desire to work together on shared problems. And that's something we are very much encouraging, lending U.S. diplomatic capital to, facilitating where we can. But this is also a trend that is moving forward. In Iraq earlier this year, we had a Baghdad summit, which brought together nearly every country in the region, which was, I think, quite something. The fact that Iraq, which has been a bit of a proxy battlefield for so long, now bringing countries together, very important. And we see stability in Iraq as also fundamental to the future of the Middle East, and we're fully invested there as well. So there's a lot happening, but on the Abraham Accords, full support from us in the United States. That was reaffirmed when Prime Minister Bennett was here and spent a couple hours with President Biden in the Oval Office. And that's something that we'll be continuing.
There is a change of the attitude and policy of Arab country states vis-a-vis Syria. Is there a need to update or to change the policy from the American perspective? Vis-a-vis Assad, of course.
Yeah, well, we're not changing our views towards Assad, period. There's no prospect of American normalization. We have not lifted any sanctions on Syria. And we believe that some of these steps are premature. We're also realistic because one thing that we have done, when I talk about getting back to the basics of sound policy, sound strategy, sound statecraft, it requires listening and consulting in the capitals of our friends and partners. And so obviously we have heard throughout the Middle East region that after 10 years of isolation, the results were not what might have been anticipated 10 years ago. We had a caliphate. We had spent a lot of time defeating a caliphate. We had a dramatic increase in Iranian entrenchment and influence. And so there is a desire to have an Arab voice at the table in Damascus. And so we are part of this conversation. I think our position is very clear. We think some of those steps are premature, to say the least. At the same time, if those conversations are going to be had, I think it's very important for Assad to hear directly from these Arab capitals some of the expectations of him. And before anything, in terms of normalization, I think a word that is overused, can go forward, there are steps that the Assad regime would have to take. I just put some of this in context. The Syrian Jordanian border opened, I think 2 years ago. It closed because of COVID, it reopened. That's not particularly a new development. Mohammed bin Zayed spoke with Assad in 2020 before we came into office. So a lot of these steps were moving forward far before we got here. It's an ongoing conversation with our friends in the Arab world. I think we're realistic about the way they are viewing the situation. We want to work with them while also making our views quite clear and trying to ensure that those conversations, if they are had, try to move the process forward. I'll just say almost on Syria, we had a pretty in-depth strategic review on Syria of the situation, and we really focused on 3 trends in the country. Number one, the civil war violence that just tore the country apart is really at the lowest levels in 10 years, and that's a good thing. And that's because of ceasefires that are in place throughout the country. We want to keep those ceasefires in place. And we've had an in-depth discussion with the Russians on that. We believe they are committed to that. And we are ensuring we do all we can that those ceasefires remain in place. Secondly, the humanitarian situation in Syria is about at the worst point that it has been in 10 years, just in terms of basic necessities, food, basic necessities of life. And we have consulted with the ICRC, with the World Food Program, with NGOs that do a lot of important work in Syria and they all came to us and said what Syria needs is more early recovery activity. For example, the ICRC explained to us that they can deliver water bottles to Syrians in regime-held areas, but they can't do operations and maintenance on a water treatment plant because of the chilling effect of U.S. sanctions. U.S. sanctions were never meant to cover those types of activities, and so we've made clear that they do not. But we have not lifted, we have not waived any sanctions, but we do want to ensure that the humanitarian situation can be addressed. One way that manifested itself, Amos, was U.S. diplomacy coming out of the Geneva summit between President Putin and President Biden. We achieved a unanimous UN Security Council resolution to maintain cross-border humanitarian aid into northwest Syria. That's something that we want to see continue over the next 12 months at least. And finally, in Syria, the ISIS al-Qaeda situation remains serious. U.S. forces will remain in Syria. We're committed to that. We think our presence is quite effective, it's sustainable, and it is focused on that core mission of ISIS. So those are really the 3 main objectives: humanitarian, maintaining ceasefires, making sure that we do not have a resurgence of ISIS. And then, of course, we want to pursue the political process through the UN Security Council Resolution 2254. The chairs of the Constitutional Committee between the opposition and the regime met for the first time ever a few months ago. Again, no major breakthroughs are on the horizon, but we continue to support that process. So I think we're pursuing a very prudent, very effective course in Syria, fairly well coordinated through the region, and so we'll keep at it.
About Lebanon, this tragedy, is there any solution to the disaster of Lebanon?
Well, I tell my team, if we have one objective, I don't want to make light of it, but no more failed states in the Middle East. We cannot afford another failed state in the Middle East, period. And we have a new government in Lebanon, led by Prime Minister Mataki. We recognize that the Lebanese leadership needs to step up to this challenge. And that is the conversation we're having with them. Toria Nuland, our Undersecretary for Political Affairs, was in Beirut about a month ago having this very direct conversation with Makati. They're engaged now with the IMF about pursuing the reforms that everybody knows that Lebanon has to take. And if they do not take those reforms, I think the future is quite dark. So this is really on the leadership of the Lebanese elites. We have used our sanctions power, particularly to go after individuals who are just interwoven with corruption throughout society there. And so we will use a combination of carrots and sticks, the carrots being if the new Lebanese government can pursue the reforms that even they recognize are needed. I think the IMF, other international financial institutions, the United States, and the international community are fully prepared to help. But we're not going to put good money after bad without these fundamental reforms. So we're continuing to pursue it quite aggressively, and it is a matter of deep concern. I just want to assure you that it is of the uppermost priority for us to make sure that we try to set a floor in what has been a rapidly deteriorating situation. I think it's positive we have a new government now, but they need to get on with the reforms that everybody recognizes, including them, need to be pursued.
And the last question, unfortunately, can you share with us our recommendations how to enhance mutually our relationship and strategic cooperation? Because from Israeli perspective, United States of America is major pillar of our national security without any alternative to it.
Well, I think in terms of enhancements, look, there's a lot we're already doing. I think our relationship is undergirded by a significant memorandum of understanding and investment in your defense capabilities. We're fully committed to Israel's qualitative military edge. Having Israel as a part of CENTCOM, I think, just further enhances our ability to coordinate and train militarily. Our political cooperation, I think, is extremely close. We felt that in the Oval Office, again, with Prime Minister Bennett and President Biden. And I think what's most important here is that President Biden, if you ever hear him or see him talk about Israel, this is something that is just deep in ingrained in his soul. It is in his heart. He always says to us and to others that if Israel did not exist, we would have to invent it. And so this is something fundamental to the Biden administration. I feel very good about the Israel-U.S. relationship and where it can go from here. I'll just leave it on a question you asked me before, the Abraham Accords. Again, we are looking for ways to expand those. It's going to take some time, but there are potentially some big developments here over the horizon.
Mr. Megur, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's very important and very valuable. Thank you very much, and good to see you.
Well, General, it's an honor, and I look forward to seeing you in person again very soon.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
אז כמו שכבר הבנתם, הנושא הבא שלנו זה ההתמודדות מול איראן.
Realized we're now going to talk about the Iranian threat. Is the strategy effective? This question will be answered by a few very significant people: Amir Pardo, former head of Mossad, Major General Amos Yadlin, Yaakov Amidror, former head of the National Security Council, and Gideon Frank, former head of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission. Gili Cohen, the diplomatic correspondent of the television channel 11, will be the moderator. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. It's a great challenge, and the panelists have even a greater challenge because of the timetable. I will not introduce you because you've heard already who the members are, and I'll start with you, Tamir Pardo, former head of Mossad. I think some people here envy you after what has happened just recently. We heard the words, money is not everything, says Mr. Pardo. We heard the Prime Minister Bennett speaking quite strongly about Israel falling asleep at the guard in 2015. And even now, if we have a deal, there might be some disagreement with the United States, and Israel is going to maintain its freedom. What do you think about it? He said to the mic, the question is whether Israel has a strategy vis-à-vis Iran. That's the question. I think at the moment, at least, and the Prime Minister also said that we're thinking, we're talking, and as far as I see, there's no really consolidated strategy, but a few things that have been said recently seem to hint that we're trying to go back to something similar to what was before. So in the interview that Amos Gilad was moderating between the Soviet Union and Russia, there was a long struggle. There's an interesting story between the Soviet Union and the United States, I meant, he says. There was like a war game that was held at a certain time, and there it was said that the two countries are conveying 100 nuclear missiles, one towards the other, and the American wanted to see what the result is going to be. At the time, the Soviet Union won over the Americans, although the Americans had much better missiles at the time, because the result of such a war that stopped a second before the world actually collapsed was that the Soviet Union came back from a world where people used to eat meat once a week, and there were a few big cities in a very bad situation, and they went from 1860 to 1840, whereas the United States went back from 1980 to 1860. So at the end, the one who really had a lot to lose actually lost the battle, although the weapons were more sophisticated. The PM Bennett said that we are a country with a wonderful industry, wonderful economy, with a health system, education system, with all the criticism, it's very good. The security strategy, in all these things, we are better. The question is whether we can keep threatening every day on waging war. You have to remember one thing, that the IDF or the security system do very well the campaign here and there. They know how to attack the nuclear plant in Syria. They also know how to release the people from Entebbe. Regarding a one-time shot, there's no force in the world that's better than the IDF. Iran is not the same thing. Iran, it's not the same opera. Iran, it's a third circle. This is going to be a war in a third circle. Only one country can do that, and that is the USA. And there as well, they are required also to do things differently. If we cannot finish this in a one-time shot, we have to think twice. You don't think it's possible? I am not exactly familiar with the intelligence of today, but when we talk about multiple targets, as opposed to what Amos did, you have to remember that the Iraqi story and the Syrian narrative were imported capability, because in Syria the plant was Korean, in Iran it was French. Now we're talking about scores of targets in Iran. And unless you can hold Iran in a situation like United States tried to do Ladakh after the first Gulf War, then we can find ourselves in a situation which will be much worse. Thank you, Tamir. And continuation, Gidon, I'd like to ask you the question that will lead us ahead. To what extent is Iran even close to an atomic bomb?
In general, we can say that in order to obtain nuclear weapons, there are three components that are necessary. You need fissile material, and you need a launcher. Iran is basically doing whatever it wants about a launcher. It doesn't have everything that it needs, but it is definitely making progress in that direction. Regarding the development of the weapon itself, it seems that stopped a few years ago, but there are many things that they are doing secretly, and you have to realize that the intelligence on this is very minimal. So there are many question marks on this issue. So we know what was going on in 2003, maybe up to 2009 and 10, but not beyond that. So there are a lot of questions in that regard. But when we're talking about the amount of fissile material, we know that you need 25 kilos for one bomb. Enriched to 90%, uranium enriched to 90%. We knew that they had. We know that, and we know that how far they were from that, and that is really the only thing that can be measured to determine what they have. And the easiest way to do so is what the Americans call the breakout time. In order to answer your question, I would say that the breakout time gives the minimal necessary amount of time that they will need to obtain a bomb. Developing everything else, that we have a lot less knowledge about where they stand. The breakout time now is 3 weeks, which is the general, that's the common assumption. In 2013, before the agreement, it was about 1 month. The breakout time was about 1 month. Because of the agreement, it was increased to 9-10 months. And once we withdrew from the agreement, when Trump withdrew from the agreement, the breakout time was dropped to the current situation. So this index, this measure, is very important for understanding where Iran stands. And just a word about the value of this agreement. This agreement has many disadvantages and a few advantages. We have to keep in mind that, first of all, the agreement, if it is upheld, will not enable them until the beginning of 2026 to make more progress than the 10 to 12 month breakout time. Once that is violated, there'll be an instant alert, and then it'll take about 10 months until they're able to obtain nuclear weapons. Because of the current situation and everything that happened, their technological knowledge is much better. And even if they're able to restore themselves, to restore the initial situation, they will shorten the breakout time by developing more advanced centrifuges. It'll be reduced to 6 to 7 months. Another thing that we have to remember regarding the agreement is that until 31, say about 9-10 years from now, they will not be allowed to have more than 300 kilo of highly enriched uranium. So as long as they uphold the agreement, they will not have the ability, and if they violate the agreement, then sanctions can be imposed very quickly without any option for veto, not only U.S. sanctions, but sanctions imposed by many other countries around the world as well. So there is an opportunity if the agreement is similar to the previous one, and that's a question. If it is similar to the previous agreement, then we have a time frame in which it's quite clear what will happen. We have about 9-10 years in which they will not have the ability to make progress towards obtaining nuclear weapons. And after that period of time, the breakout time will be about a month like today. But if they violate the agreement along the way, then there will be an instant alert and instant sanctions. And that's the advantage of this agreement. It buys time. Is it important to buy time? We heard all different things about what's happening in Iran. The water crisis in Iran is so severe that I'm not sure if it'll take 1 decade or 2, but they're facing a major catastrophe there, and that has implications for our ability to prepare as well. That's the advantage of buying time. I would like to ask the two of you the same question. Next week, the nuclear talks between the superpowers and Iran will be resumed. What do you think are the chances of the talks succeeding? Will an agreement be renewed? And assuming there is no agreement, what are the alternatives that Israel has?
know if the Americans know if there will be a deal or not. It's a good agreement for the Iranians. I, as an Iranian, I will do everything to go back to this agreement. It's great, it's good. We can develop the nuclear plan, and at the end of the project, in 2030, less than 10 years, to receive legitimacy to do whatever they want. And as an Israeli, because I don't know, I have to ask myself, what are the possibilities? I have 3 possibilities at the moment: to continue the diplomatic effort and to try to convince the United States that without a military threat and pressure on Iran, nothing's going to happen. You have to remember that the Iranians negotiated with the Europeans. We forget it. They called it a critical negotiation because they were criticizing the U.S. Nothing came out of it. But we brought the Americans to pressure the Iranians, and at the end of the day, we even took them out of the SWIFT. They couldn't transfer money from one person to the other, and that was brought Iran to the negotiation table, and Obama was preparing a military option and said it's on the table. These 2 things, as opposed to all the experts, the Iranians will never talk about the nuclear. They came, and the result was that because a bad agreement, in my opinion, and in this bad agreement there are a few good things, but it doesn't make it good. It's a bad agreement with a few good things. So we can continue to manage the diplomatic negotiations. I'm very pessimistic, but my pessimism doesn't have to stop me from negotiating, because if there will be a result, then great. I don't believe there will be a result, but nobody can ensure. The second effort is that, according to everything that is in the world press, we are the Division of Research in the Intelligence. We heard about the nuclear plan in 1994. In 1995, we went to the Americans. We told them about an Iranian plan. It took them 2 years to get convinced. 2 years, the Americans said, we don't know what you're talking about. And it's not as if they had all the facts. All the facts were the U.S. We gave it to them. And the Americans refused to recognize the fact that there is a military Iranian project. This is part of our problem, not that the Americans don't know, but the interpretation they give. Somebody once said to me, I will find a smoking gun. I said, you will find a gun. If it's smoking or not, whatever. I'm telling you, the Americans will say that's not smoking, because if it's smoking, they have to take action, and they don't want to do that. So we have to continue what it says in all the media that enabled us to achieve this time gap. We see that at the moment they don't have a bomb, because people who worked very hard at the time so that it doesn't happen. And we have to continue these efforts and to ignore all the cautions. The Americans told us that if we continue with that, the Iranians are going to be better. I think that because of that, they stop looking for the drug barons in Mexico, because the more barons they kill, more sophisticated ones come. So what do? You have to stop fighting crime. What kind of a reason is that the Iranians are going to be better? Because we fight them. So what? We should allow them to continue to develop their nuclear. We gained at least 11 years, and we have to continue aggressively with full power, without hesitating, and to say to American friends, we listen to you as you don't stop fighting against crime. Although the criminals are more sophisticated, we won't stop fighting Iran, although in many cases they might be better. And the third thing, as opposed to what Tamir said, we have to prepare our military force. My estimate, and I hope we don't get there, my estimate, we will have no choice, because the world will do nothing. The American will do nothing. They have other problems more important for them. They're going to invest their efforts there rather than Iran, and the burden of eradicating the Iranian nuclear product is not forever, but at least for a certain time, and we will have to take it upon ourselves. I don't know if we do have the capability or not, but if we don't, then we should have. And at the end, it's in our hands. And to a certain extent, that's what Israel is there for, in order that Jews will not have to go to Washington to ask Washington to defend them. Exactly for that, the state was established. If there's an existential problem to the state of Israel, it can solve it by itself and not other countries. If they want to do it, we don't mind. But otherwise, we have to be in a situation that we can do it. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the PM saying it, but if he says that we're not ready, so we should be ready, whatever it costs and how much time it takes. We have to be ready with capabilities that we can actually hit the nuclears. I know it from the past, it's not impossible. So at this point that it's not impossible, as one who was involved with the many actions that thwarted. Can we do it without the U.S., or does the U.S. have to be in the picture?
I talk about Iran on many platforms, but there's one issue that I don't talk about in open forums, and that is Israel's operational policy. We'll keep that in closed rooms where this issue is actually dealt with. I want to talk about strategy. Does the State of Israel have a strategy? What the Prime Minister said was that he was surprised to find that Israel did not have practice, that Israel had rhetoric. He was even more harsh than that. He said that we fell asleep at the guard post. I think that we have to manage a strategy using means that support that strategy, because when it comes to our relationship with the United States, the United States has the same strategic goal that we have. They also want Iran not to have nuclear bombs, but their strategy is diplomatic. They believe in diplomacy, and we have very little faith in diplomacy, even though, if we want to be honest, what postpones Iranian progress towards achieving nuclear weapons was the agreement, was the nuclear agreement, and not military action. That stopped them for about 7 years, and it would have stopped them for longer, because the fact that we fell asleep on guard several years ago was somewhat justified. There was an agreement. The international community had signed an agreement for 15 years. If they had listened to me, I would have said that the agreement isn't terrible for the first 7 to 10 years, as Gideon Frank explained why. But it was a terrible agreement in the past few years, and we should never have reached that point. So it makes sense to sit back for a while for the first few years and plan for the last year. So you're saying that the maximal pressure on Trump was a mistake. The mistake was not in 2015. The mistake was in 2018, when, after the withdrawal from the agreement, during its good years, we had to withdraw in 2028, not in 2018. So if you withdrew from the agreement agreement because, like Amidor said, you think it's a terrible agreement, and you don't agree with me, with my assessment that it was a good agreement for the first few years. The Iranians maintained that agreement, and they didn't violate that. We have to realize that they were stuck where they were. They were 2 months away from a bomb. They became a year away from a bomb. They sent the enriched uranium to Russia. They were left with just a few hundred kilos, and they were years away from achieving nuclear weapons. And that is much better achievement than we would have been able to make with military actions. But in 2018, after the withdrawal from the agreement without a plan B, because if there's anything you should know about the Iranians, they are smart, they are intelligent, they believe in strategy, they invented chess, they understand the details, they make incredible rugs, and we can't underestimate them. And they were even smarter than we think, because they didn't withdraw from the agreement. They wanted to reach the end point, because at the end, the agreement is excellent for them, as Amidor said. So all they did was violate it and continue to make progress. And now, regarding your question, will the agreement be renewed or not? The Iranians are going back to negotiations, and they're strong. They're strong and facing an enemy that is passionate about renewing the agreement, but the Iranians are strong. They're reading the picture, and they're demanding much more than before. They're demanding the removal of sanctions that are not related to the nuclear program. They're insisting that the president and the next president of the United States will not withdraw from the agreement. Biden can't give them that guarantee. It depends on Congress. Congress needs 2/3 to approve that. Biden can't make that promise. The Iranians are very stringent. So the chances of renewing the agreement from before are low. And we have to realize that the agreement that we'll reach now is much worse than the previous one, because the fact that we put them a year back, they have already made progress. They have advanced centrifuges, and they have knowledge that can't be taken away. You can't move their knowledge, take their knowledge away and move it to Russia. The Iranians are very strong. I believe that we will not renew the agreement at this point. I don't think they'll be longer and stronger either, which is in agreement, the next agreement that's being discussed. That's another stage. The longer and stronger, which is a better agreement, a longer-term agreement and a stronger agreement, was not invented here in Israel. It was invented, it was presented by the Secretary of State of the United States. We had to embrace that idea, but all we said was there is no way that we'll sign an agreement with Iran. So the Americans gradually withdraw back from that excellent idea. So I think that what will end up happening, because since it'll be difficult to go back to 2015 and longer and stronger, it will be impossible, and the United States and the Iranians are not interested in a crisis. They will continue to drag their feet, just as they have done since the Biden administration began about 10 months ago. There'll be long negotiations. There'll be freeze and unfreeze, freezing the sanctions less for less, and the Iranians will stay where they are, which is very close to nuclear weapons, closer than ever before since we started dealing with this issue. They're closer now than they have ever been before, and that is because of the very wrong policy taken by the State of Israel. So why was the Prime Minister surprised? Does that say something about the decision-making processes in the State of Israel on the most important issues in Israel? He was a cabinet member. He was the Minister of Defense. The Iranian issue was handled by a single person, maybe with one or two other people. But the strategic discussions that Tamir was talking about never happened, because at the time it was clear that withdrawing from the agreement in 2018 was wrong without having a plan B. If the Iranians make progress, then Trump would attack them, Israel would attack them. No one dealt with it, no one did that. And that was the problem, not signing the agreement in 2015. I'd like to go back to, I see that you're nodding, Mr. Vardo. First of all, everything that Amos said is precise. I just want to say that what happened in 2018 was a tragedy. It was It was an unforgivable strategy. The fact that Israel pushed the United States to withdraw from the agreement 10 years too early. I'm not saying it's a crisis. I'm saying that it's a mistake, a strategic mistake. I think a crisis is too harsh. When we talk about political issues, then on a political level, I would definitely call it a crisis. And I just want to add one point. The United States is now dragging its feet, and that is clear to Iran. Iran is dragging out the issue of Belarus and Ukraine. We saw the Prime Minister of Australia a few days ago talking about that. The Iranians see that, and they're rubbing their hands together with excitement. They're doing it, but they're doing it's an excellent. These are excellent developments for them. They're playing the game. They're playing into their hands, into the Iranians' hands, in the best way possible from their perspective. I'd like to ask about the U.S. perspective. Maybe Yaakov can take it from there. We see the beginning of hostility between Israel and the United States, rhetorics, as we heard from before, but also a statement, like you said, in the New York Times. Israel may be successful in the operations, but it's failing in strategy. What do we do about that?
First of all, I want to make a comment. There's a panel here, I think, that we can be proud of. We're all friends. We have discussions, but always polite. Things are difficult. I don't think that the withdrawal in 2018 was wrong. I think it was right. It's not you can get out, find the American president that he will withdraw when you feel like it. We could have had presidents that nothing would have happened. I think the mistake was that there was no plan B prepared. We should have withdrawn from the deal, and it's good that we convinced the president of the United States that we should withdraw. What's wrong was that we did not prepare Plan B. The mistake was not the exit. Exit was good, smart, in the right place, because you cannot select a president. This president agreed. Another may have not. The second thing is, historically, if I'm not mistaken, the chess was not invented in Iran. It was invented in India. It's true regarding everything we say about the Iranians and then praising them. You have to remember, in Iran, they went to a nuclear plant and they thought they would have a bomb 11 years ago, but they don't have it. And I'm not sure they have better ways to deal with some of the challenges that we pose to them, and we can continue to do so. Of course, if we pay attention and we put the right money into it, if we think correctly and act correctly, the fact that the Iranians are smart doesn't mean that we cannot deal with the nuclear threat in a way that at least will give us time. I was in Thyssen, one discussion before the bombing of the nuclear plant in Iraq, and they said maximum 5 years. Think how many years have passed since then. Time in the Middle East is nothing objective. It depends how you take advantage of it. And from 2018, we did not take advantage correctly. Regarding the Americans, look, the problem in America is our problem vis-à-vis America is that in the eyes of the Americans, some of them in an extreme way, Iran is no problem at all. In the Middle East, there are much more difficult problems. Human rights, the Palestinian issue. Iran, you have to cover it with a Band-Aid. But this is not one of the real problems of the Middle East. If you heard Turki al-Faisal just 2 days ago in Manama, these are the real problems of the Middle East, Palestinians. Yaakov, you talked about time in the Middle East that is running out, and so is our panel. Look, but our problem is that the Americans do not want to act. The extreme example is not Afghanistan, it's Tanif. You know, in Tanif, they evacuated the base so that they will not be harmed. And when they did get harmed, they did nothing. And the president said that one day they will react. You have to understand, it's superpower, a world superpower. They attack its base and it does nothing. It evacuates everybody, does nothing. Thanks, Yaakov. It happened also during Trump when they attacked the drone. I will not defend on anything, but the ones who did the Abraham Accord, after all, is Trump and Bibi.
מבקש תשומת לבכם.
Please, can I have your attention? We're very proud to welcome the commander of the Air Force, General Amikam Norkin. At his time, the Air Force, based on its illustrious tradition, has become a strategic arm. But what we don't know, because of some it's also a political strategy arm, and it was reflected that the commander of the Air Force of the Emirates met him in public, and a week later Amikam Norkin, the head of the Air Force, came to the UAE as their guest in public. That only shows the little bit of light of the whole strategy that I had the honor to be part of it covertly. But the Air Force is now developing strategic relations in the Middle East, which is an incredible force because our force is based on power and wisdom and the combination of both. I have the honor to call upon Amikam Norkin, the commander of the Israel Air Force, and Alon Ben David, a very senior defense correspondent. He can be part of the intelligence because he knows all the secrets. And I call them both to come to the stage. Thank you, Amos. Good morning, Amikam Norkin, General. Maybe more than everybody else here, the one who is really in the front of our conflict with Iran. I sat behind you during the former panel. I saw that you were moving here and there in some of the statement. I understand that it's because the questions that we're going to, I understand you're in uniform, but nevertheless, you know the title of the conference is What's the Strategy that Israel needs? But you heard from almost everybody, the question mark is, does Israel have a strategy at all? Can you formulate maybe the directive, the strategy of the Air Force in this struggle when we talk about Iran? Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a great honor for me. Many, many people sitting there who were my mentors throughout the years. As a commander of the Air Force, I don't ask what the strategy of Israel is, but how does the Air Force contribute to the strategy of Israel. And due to the activity for 70 years, the Air Force today has become more and more, and I mean the Air Force. That's a global trend. It's not just in Israel, but the aerial trend is more relevant and contributes more and more to the strategy of Israel. The strategy is required to rely on military force and deterrence, but the Air Force, apart from the deterrence, today managed to develop activities that are very significant. I think with the intelligence and the area command, with the Israeli interest, without dragging Israel to war. You have to build a force based on a certain directive. When you understand the big picture, what Israel wants to achieve, when you look at these two challenges of Iran, developing nuclear plan and regional impact, what is the directive? What kind of force do you have to build in order to realize this strategy? I'll get to that, but at the end of the day, a state that has the economic capability and the military power is a state that has an impact of a regional and global player. We see more and more countries who go back to this place. In the past, they were not there. It's not in vain that countries came here. After 73 years, the Royal Air Force came here the first time. What are the British looking for here? They want to be a player that has an impact in the global arena. Therefore, we are using our Air Force in attacking and defending in order to deter and to create aerial diplomacy. In one of the opportunities, I said that on one wing we have the weapons, and on the other wing we have the regional cooperation with air forces in the region and in the world. This collaboration, the air diplomacy, is a bridge to regional stability. And on that bridge, Israel can, together with its intelligence, so that the state of Israel will do things nationally. And the example that Amos spoke about, the connection with the AEA, I think there are many things that are still covered. We saw you last year, you took off your new diplomatic hat in the Emirates, but I want to understand, again, what about building force? The Chief of Staff spoke a few weeks ago about preparing the military option against Iran. What does it mean? The IDF determines target on a yearly basis, and the statement of the Chief of Staff for us changes our kind of modus operandi and puts Iran at the head. And that, of course, from that derives the training and the resources, and it's more in the focuses in order to develop the skills, and that will be reflected in the work plan. So in the next 2 years, we're going to hear about longer flights, more than we did 10 years ago. I suppose yes. I suppose we will be required, maybe some of the acquisition plans are going to change. We have to get to a situation to have capabilities to fly longer distances, but there's no question that the military system that is estimating the situation and creates the objectives, that happens in the Chief of Staff's office, and the Chief of Staff tells us about the order of priorities. So people talked about former 2 deals with Iran, and of course the situation today is different. I understand you cannot elaborate, of course, but is the Air Force capable of giving a real response to the Iranian threat? I'm not going to go into operational issues, but I think that there is one thing thing that I suppose everybody will agree upon, and that is that on the table there should be a military alternative. Whether we operate it or not, our responsibility is to prepare this alternative. And that's what we're going to see in the next few years. The Army is building the plan in the Chief of Staff office, coordinated with the government, and will see us and the various bodies in the IDF accordingly. When we see what until a few years ago was the end of times, doomsday, we now see you in the Emirates, and we have Navy Israeli ships in the Red Sea. So what's going to be? We'll see the Israeli Air Force landing in the Emirates and training there. You know, they ask me very often, do you train with other forces? What, they'll come to the next war and help us? No, that's not the goal. We have, of course, collaboration with the American Air Force, and the connection that we have today, in general, I allow myself today, with the military in the U.S. and also the Air Force in the U.S. is the best, the closest and deepest that I ever remember in all my years of office on a daily basis. These connections, but in general, our connections, our training do not serve only the immediate military aid. The fact that Germany, the German Air Force, they acquire military equipment from the Israeli army industry. The fact that commanders come here and train with us, learn from us, we learn from them, that creates legitimacy in the world. These generals go back to their countries. And then when we do the campaign of Guardian of the Walls, they can explain us better. Each of them in his own country. That really helps the Israeli security industry. The first thing they ask is, does the Israeli Air Force use these technologies? So these collaborations are very, very important. But the military industries, we saw guns going to Morocco. And, are you in favor of these technologies? When I was in Dubai, there were commanders there from the entire region and the world. Nobody avoid shaking my hand. Even the Moroccan general, he came and even said a few words in Hebrew. So I think this is an opportunity. The same in the Gulf area, and I can tell you that in 10 days' time, I'm going to visit for the first time, I think ever, that an Israeli high officer visits Japan. I go to Japan for 48 hours. You ask, why Japan? What, they're going to come and help us? No, but I think that in our connection, we can, through this, create some of that strategy that Israel needs in developing connections, legitimacy, new areas to build force, and that's a great opportunity. And therefore, we have to do these things cleverly. It is in the Ministry of Defense. What do we sell? Who do we sell to? How do we do things? And as usual, there's more than one channel, but we have to play all the time in order that at the end of the day, short-term and long-term, to look at the challenges of the future to make the right selection to the strategy of Israel.
And we make so much progress with the new partners. As commander of the Air Force, which direction do you think this can go? First of all, our main advantage is our professional level. It's not just rapping. What we have, our advantage is our professional, is our high level of proficiency. So we have to make sure that what we do the right way. I think that we will soon send observers to the Emirates. I see that I can picture the Emirates doing aerial exercises with us. We have a planned exercise in Greece, and the Emirates and the Israelis will fly together in this drill in Greece, and we are gradually laying the stones and paving the road towards a better future. Do you envision other neighbors joining the agreements? I hope that the neighbors that are less public will gradually come into the light. I think that these relations are important and they strengthen Israel's interests. The entire region is concerned by the different types of Iranian threats, the cruise missiles, the different attacks, and of course we're concerned by this as well. We have partners between here and the Persian Gulf. Will there be any type of shared system, defensive system that we develop with the countries with which we have agreements? I'm glad you asked me that question, and I would like to begin by saying that the cruise missiles and the attack drones, these are trends that will continue over the next few years. So we will see less tanks and combat soldiers attacking Israel's borders. We will see missiles and rockets and UAVs that attempt to infiltrate Israel's borders. We intercepted one on the eastern border and on the northern border and from the Gaza Strip as well, meaning that Hamas in the Gaza Strip also has capabilities to use UAVs with a good level of precision to attack us. We intercepted them with combat planes and others with the Iron Dome missiles. As the Prime Minister mentioned before, and as the Minister of Defense talked about at other opportunities, the White House also talks about regional defense. And my answer to you is that this is an excellent opportunity to develop relations and build a defensive program and plan for all of the countries that have a shared interest to protect themselves from the Iranian threat. We can contribute quite a bit to intelligence, detection, and interception. Even though these UAVs are small and considered almost harmless, it's not true. It's difficult to detect them. It's difficult to down them. So we have to develop a combat theories and develop our skill so that we reach this level. So this is an excellent opportunity for Israel to become a major regional player in developing a regional defense plan that will enable us to help other countries and create strategic depth for Israel, which is so lacking here. Some say that you persistently down UAVs in Syria, on the ground in Syria, and I want to ask you, what is Iran's capability to launch an attack of this kind, like the one that we saw in Aramco in 2019, a precise attack against a strategic target? Any defense player or goalie would say that it's always best to be on the defense side. So our defense task our defensive activities have been prioritized, and we're trying to reach a state of zero infiltration into Israel. We're looking at that from the systemic perspective. I think that this is something that will threaten us over the next few years. The scenario that you talked about is one that I'm preparing for. We have to be prepared and not be surprised if it happens one day. Just in the last month, the 7 attacks were attributed to the Israeli Air Force. Are you measuring the accumulated effect of this campaign? It seems like you're attacking and acting, going on over and over again, but the Iranians are still there. I won't talk specifically about an attack or a specific week, but the campaign that since 2013 we have not only been managing a strategy of ongoing security or of war. We want to create an impact during routine, and that was later called the campaign between the wars, and this changed our perspective. And since 2013, the Israeli Air Force has been working based on this strategic idea. I think that the strategic goals that the government has set for the Army and that the Army has been implementing over the last few years is undoubtedly having unprecedented achievements. This is not activity that we don't want it to lead to war, and therefore we keep one foot on the gas and one foot on the brake brakes to make sure that we are not moving too fast or taking measures that are not necessary. But we also can't be on zero, disrupting, preventing, reducing, and causing capabilities to and interfering with capabilities. We're talking about systems, UAVs, and missiles and rockets. These are things that we will not accept. We're not willing to tolerate on Israel's borders. And that is clearly having unprecedented and exceptional achievements. There's certain discomfort among the Syrians towards its Iranian guests. Do you see any change in the Syrian trends and a tendency to want to push Iran out? I don't think that's something that's going to happen anytime soon. I think we have to continue to work persistently and determinedly. It's going to be a long battle. We have to defend our interests. But when there is discourse on on the political scale with the Russians, for example, we don't have any direct interest in causing harm to the Syrian regime, but rather only to the sponsorship that it gives to the Iranians. I think that over time the Syrian regime will also realize that Iranian presence is harmful for it. It will prefer to push them out of Syria. A lot of the efforts that you're investing in the campaign between the wars is to prevent Hezbollah from obtaining precision weapons. But this campaign is limited to Syria. Since 2019, Israel has avoided attacking inside Lebanon. The previous prime minister also talked about Hezbollah efforts to develop precision weapons inside Lebanon. Where do we stand with that situation right now? The issue of precision missiles is something that we've been dealing with for quite a few years, and the distribution of precision capabilities is expanding because all of the civilian technology is becoming precision-based. So we're surrounded by precision from all directions, and we have to develop our strategy for dealing with it. It's not only warheads, it's also the ability to collect intelligence, the time management of advanced weapon systems. So we realize that since Israel is a small country with very few strategic sites, we will not be able to tolerate many attacks by precision weapons. So our goal is to prevent these strikes, and this is reflected not only in the kinetic perspective, it is also related to the intelligence perspective and defense. We are improving our defensive capabilities and also related to offensive issues. The Lebanese issue is something that the army is dealing with on a regular basis. So you're saying that you're constantly measuring the temperature and comparing the other side's capability and our capabilities in the defense and offense perspective so that we know exactly where we stand when the temperature rises too high and action is needed. This is done as part of the assessment, the situation assessments done by the Army, and we are still very far from the point where we will have to take action. In conclusion, I would like to ask you something that we talked about before, even though we didn't discuss this in advance. You published a book. A book was published about the function of the Air Force. I know many people didn't like the book that said that the Air Force hadn't cashed the deposit that it had left. When the state of Israel is facing a multi-arena scenario that is plausible, it is not unrealistic that we'll deal with multiple arenas, multiple fronts in the near future. Will the Air Force be able to cope with that? And that's a question that I think about every night before I fall asleep, and it keeps me up at night. It's something that I think all commanders of the Air Force were troubled by. We will do everything possible, of course, I think the Air Force is always preparing itself for future challenges. And I want to say a final word. The wars that my generation and people who served in the IDF during different wars, they're very different from the ones that we experienced 50 years ago. They usually don't end with sticking a flag on a hill or signing different agreements, since these are sub-national organizations and their interests are different than national interests. The wars are based on shooting missiles and rockets. The question is, if they're shooting missiles on the last day of the war, does that mean that we lost? Shooting missiles at the State of Israel, our goal is to reduce them as much as possible, but stopping that is something that I don't think is something that should be defined as a target, reaching a point of zero rockets and missiles being shot at Israel. Our way of deciding, of resolving wars today are different than 50 years ago. And if you're interested in depth in the details of what the Air Force did during the Yom Kippur War, which is something that I learn new things about every month, and I want to refer you to a lecture given by David Ivri. You can find it on YouTube. Spend that hour and a half and listen to slightly different data. And I think that can teach quite a bit about what the Air Force did during the Yom Kippur War. We learned a lot from that war. And thanks to Benny Pellet, after the Yom Kippur War, he developed the Air Force strength correctly in the best way possible. We saw those benefits during the first Lebanon War, and we see those advantages today as well. The ability to maintain the aerial advantage, no matter which war we're fighting. This is a proven capability and it's a top priority. Unfortunately, our time is up, but I do want to take this rare opportunity to ask you one last question. This conference talks a lot about strategic challenges. And if you read, people who read this survey about the stance of Israeli society towards the IDF, people wonder if there's a crack in the confidence that the people of Israel have in the IDF. Can this become a strategic challenge to the IDF capabilities? Public confidence, the confidence of our families. I have 3 daughters. The youngest is doing her army service now. I think that is what supports us, what backs us as the Israeli army. I say the following. As a commander of the Air Force, 2/3 of our human resources are people aged 18 to 21. People don't believe that 2/3 of the Air Force soldiers are between age 18 and 21 doing their mandatory service. Those who man our simulators are 19-year-old girls. Those who are sitting in who are operating the Iron Dome are young adults, 18 and 19-year-olds. Our technicians, male and female, are all very young. So we attribute very, very much importance to the mandatory soldiers. And we realize that everyone in the region uses similar equipment. What was true over the last 70 years, the human capital, the ability of the IDF soldiers to bring that added benefit that guarantees our victory has not changed. So we have to keep the best people in the army in service. We have to give them a sense of meaning, of significance, of empathy. It's not just on a few hundred shekels. It's a matter of sensitivity, the big ability to look into their eyes, to improve the terms of service. And it's something that the commanders in the Air Force are very aware of. They put a lot of effort into that. I think that we have the Iranian threat on one side and Israeli society on the other. And I think that both are very, very much within the awareness of the IDF commanders. Thank you very much.
Well, after the military direction, at the end of the day, policy is determined by the elected people. So it's interesting to hear what is the security strategy of one who was a candidate to be the head of the Likud, the former Minister of Health, Yuli Edelstein, and Sefi Ovadia, the commentator of Channel 13, will interview him. Good morning. Good morning, MK Edelstein. Before we begin talking about security and strategy, some of the national security is also internal resilience. You were a Minister of Health, but you were the Speaker of the Knesset as well. Are you proud of the discourse in the Israeli parliament in the last few months? For 7 years, I tried to improve the discourse. As a Speaker of the Knesset, I succeeded here and there, but I think it's much easier to destroy than to build. And we've seen it in the last year. Obviously, what is happening in the Knesset, it's not just an issue that I am now the national kindergarten teacher to explain how bad it is. But you were very accurate. When I see a headline about security strategy of the State of Israel, it starts from some sort of a social resilience. We're in a bad place. And I've said it for years that the Knesset is not an entity in itself. Members of Knesset want to live and they want to continue with their political life. So had they known that this behavior does not bring any results, and when they go back to their party, forget the other side, to their own party, and the people scold them for their behavior, they would behave differently. Unfortunately, this is not the case. So tell me, I could have asked you, MK Edelstein, do you think that we need to put in attorney generals into cages and forget about justice? I'm not going to ask you. It's so self-evident. People have been talking like that. I'm sure you do not side with this style. But what you just said as well, when Amsalem, a member of Knesset, and additional MKs of your party, this is the style they speak. They go back to the Likud party. Do they get some support for that? Is that popular among the voters to express themselves in this way? Look, the Likud is a very large party. It has everybody, everything, yes, including also some black sheeps, maybe more than one. There are circles that really like this style of speech, others like another. I can just want to remind you, there is a collective. Okay, the collective. We see more and more MKs walking this path. Yes, but others take the opposite path. I don't think this is the interesting question, but some MKs, they go the other way. But I want to tell you regarding the collective, and I want to remind you who was elected first in the former primaries, not somebody who cursed. So when you were running to be the head of Likud, that means that you also think about being a prime minister, unless people are saying that this is a tactical move only. That's not the situation. No, I already passed the age of just running in order to improve my status. I believe that the Likud, as a movement, as I described, can lead this country as opposed to the current government that I don't understand exactly what it's like, with 8 small parties that make it up. And I also think that I'm mature enough in various areas. I've got the experience of leading people and to also relate to the issue that you spoke about, because I think that as a speaker I have a record. And also, you know, last year I was thinking about the fact that when there was a panel of experts, I came early because I wanted to listen to them. This year I really realized the understanding. What does it mean to work with experts? I worked with the best experts in health. I understand Dr. Fauci is going to speak in a minute. I worked with people no less good. What does it mean to work with professionals? Not to say yes, sir, to anything that the expert says to you. Maybe it's not pleasant for me to tell you, but a few great experts, and I mean it. Even some people who are speakers in this conference told me in intimate, closed discussions just 2 years ago that there will never be an agreement with any Arab countries before there is a comprehensive agreement with the Palestinians. It wasn't to the media, it was just in strategic discussions. Yes, as a professional stand, unequivocal. And therefore, I'm saying to work with experts is to give them a feeling that they can express any opinion, to work and process things together with them later, what's possible, what's not, what will the public agree to or believe in. So that when I think about this entire experiment together, and when I think about the fact that the government of a wide, serious, stable government is actually achievable, that I think I should run, not for tactical reasons, but in order to win. And maybe even in this Knesset still to establish a wide government, serious, that will be able to respond to all the challenges. So in that, you think that you're really mature enough, sorry for the cliches, but to sit by the red phone to deal with security issues, that wasn't exactly your expertise. Also, as a speaker of a Knesset and as a member of the Security Cabinet, I think I participated in quite a few discussions. But let me tell you, apropos as a continuation to work with experts, I made very harsh decisions in life, even on life and death, without any expert next to me. I saw 4 walls and me, nothing more. And if I sit now with you on a stage and you are going to interview me as a candidate to be Prime Minister, I knew how to make the right decisions without experts. And when they talk about the isolation of a Prime Minister, who at the end, he is alone, I understand the responsibility, the weight. To tell you that I'm scared and I'm going to run away? No. So let's talk about the burning issues, and that is Iran, especially when we look ahead to the next week when they talk about the deal again. It's a fact that this government, and now it's its responsibility, but I'm asking you because you were part of the former government. The fact that Iran today is closest to threshold capability, the international community is not really interested. Whose fault is it? We're talking about results. I don't think you can find anybody to blame. Let me tell you, first of all, when we started to talk about this in Israel, it really didn't interest people. It didn't interest them because they are priorities. I'll tell you just as an anecdote. I was always a responsible person. I was a member of Knesset in the opposition. I think it was 2007. I went abroad to some Jewish business. There was some Jewish event, but I knew that I have contacts in the parliament. I'm going to meet a few people. I got some training here from the security committee, what to say, what not to say, 2007. And I met met everybody, and it was very good. Nobody understood what I wanted from their life. When I said we have to talk a little bit about Iran, there's an Iran issue, really good people, including the head of their own security cabinet. They didn't know what I wanted. What problem? What are you talking about? So apparently we managed to change the discourse. The fact that not everybody was in absolute control. It's not a plan that you write and you put checks on it. There were ups and downs, but to tell you that there's somebody to blame, a person, no, but let me put to you, it's not even a thesis. I admit, that's how I see things. The policy of the former PM Netanyahu. First of all, it's a fact that he pressured Donald Trump to leave the deal, to withdraw. And as a result of this withdrawal, did exactly what it wanted. Did he not gamble on the victory of Trump in the last elections when he went to convince him in his first term of office to withdraw from the deal, and he failed, and now we pay the price? First of all, it's very easy to analyze things in hindsight. How did you know that there's no second term of office? In the American statistics, it happens very, very rarely. Is it true for that moment to continue with the deal? So you say that it was probable to believe that he's going to go to a second term, so this was a gamble. Yeah, that's statistics. I didn't ask Netanyahu if he gambled or not. But you can create a policy that is based a little bit on statistics. Another thing is that the nuclear deal is not just the nuclear itself, it's everything around it. And Iran, without sanctions, that puts weapons wherever it can in the Middle East, and the evaluation of the IDF because of the change of reality in the north, in Lebanon, and a certain slowdown in what's happening there with the precision missiles. So apparently there's more than one component of what happens with the Iranians in the last year. And the last thing I would say to this, it's not a question of up and down. I miss in this entire discussion one basic thing. To my mind, the most dangerous is that Iran is much more determined in its wish to obtain a nuclear weapon, maybe in a longer way, than the international community is determined to prevent it. And this equation had to be changed. Tactical issues, what the IDF has to do, options, political effort to convince the Americans about the military option, all these things, yeah, that's obvious. But I'm saying that that's exactly where the difference lies, because Netanyahu is saying, I wasn't hesitant to confront the American administration. I went to the Congress despite Obama, and Bennett has a different approach. We saw today that he underscores a little bit the differences between us. If you were the Prime Minister today, are you going to go with Netanyahu's approach and you're going to make a differentiation between us and the Americans, or the approach of Bennett? I think it's ridiculous to even answer this question. I'm not Netanyahu, I'm not Bennett. If you ask me, Yuli Edelstein, as a candidate to be a PM, I think that with the political experience that I have during the year, and there are very few leaders of the world that I never sat for a conversation with. I never turned corners. I sat once with the president of Colombia, Santos, very educated person. He sat in front of me after he met Shimon Peres and Netanyahu, and he said, And I wanted to meet you, especially, he said to me. I said, oh, that's very flattering. Why is that? He said, because my whole life I thought that there's only one solution to the conflict with the Palestinians, 2 states for 2 people. And I was told when they prepared me that there's an Israeli leader who thinks otherwise. So I want to understand how a reasonable person, and I was told that you were reasonable, can think otherwise. We had a fascinating talk. I don't know if he was convinced and became a Zionist, but I never circled a corner. I think there's a way to insist on your opinion politely but fiercely to maintain the goals of the State of Israel. You shouldn't be an extremist, neither to this side or the other. Since PM Bennett came into office, there was not even one updating meeting with the PM and the head of the opposition, which is the requirement by law. The one who's not interested to meet is Netanyahu, and I think Bennett is not pursuing him either. But you know, at the end of the day, you, as former government people, definite Netanyahu, 12 years of information, perspective. No question that in these meetings, more than Bennett can update him, maybe Netanyahu can remember some sort of a piece of information he had from a meeting with Putin or anybody else. All the meetings he had, is that okay for you? The fact that these two, do they really see the benefit of the State of Israel when they don't make the effort to do away with the bad blood and to meet each other? I think that this is lack of responsibility. Definitely it has to stop, and they have to meet, they have to sit together, and I think that Netanyahu has a lot to contribute. It's true, after 12 years. I saw him in these discussions. You can like him less or more, but he really knows what he's doing. He knows the material. So definitely, as a prime minister, even myself, I am 4 months, I'm less updated as well. You feel already the gap. And therefore, I think that these meetings have to take place. What can I tell you? When I left the Ministry of Health, the place was clean from the coronavirus. We thought it was all behind that. We were the most vaccinated country in the world, and I had more than one overlapping meeting with a new Minister of Health. He's not a political ally, but I understood that I'm turning the position to a new minister with all the sensitivity and all the... so despite the political tense, if you were today the head of the opposition, you would send your head of office to Bennett and to have a meeting. I think that both sides, even if I'm PM or head of opposition, I would do everything possible so that these meetings take place. This is a national interest. You're in the ministry or in the prime minister office, not because you have a better salary, because you think that you're advancing the national interest. It's simple as 2 and 2. Do we have time for the Palestinian? No, we don't. No. The bell is ringing. We do have time? Okay.
You said that you thought it would be possible to reach a solution other than establishing a Palestinian state, and that's de facto what is happening. Israel didn't want to establish a Palestinian state. There wasn't a partner. It doesn't matter what the reason was. The fact of the matter is that the Palestinian Authority, the moderate Palestinian Authority, is losing popularity. Hamas is gaining strength. Abu Mazen may die tomorrow. He's not young and he's not healthy. And the solution that you're proposing may lead to a second Gaza Strip in the West Bank. What do you have to say about that? You know what my suggestion is, and the theory of Hamas gaining strength because the Palestinian state was not established. I don't agree with that, because I remember that way back during the Oslo times of the Oslo Accord, Hamas was able to mount severe attacks. During the visit of the Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, in the Knesset, I spoke at the plenary and I said that in my opinion, in any industrial zone in Judea and Samaria, there is more peace than in any agreement that had been signed up till then, meaning that practical cooperation that is win-win, that both sides can gain from, that is what we have to deal with. That is what we have to focus on. In the academia, I hear talks about the three-state solution, and that's the difference between the academia, which is very interesting to have a seminar on the topic of a three-state solution, and the practical people in the field. First of all, the political leadership of the State of Israel, and sitting back and doing nothing is not an option. We have to promote cooperation, and from my experience from the past year, you have to externalize as little as possible, at least in the initial stages. When I vaccinated the workers, the Palestinian workers, no one talked about it, but when they tried to bring in a shipment of 1 million vaccines for the Palestinian people, when it was on the media, suddenly the leaders didn't like it, they disapproved, they had a problem with it. Not the civilians, but the leadership didn't like it. So we have to move slowly, we have to continue making progress with practical cooperation and talk less about general encompassing agreements, because no one is ready for that. Thank you, Mr. Edelstein, former Speaker, candidate for head of Likud and Prime Minister. Thank you very much. And thank you all. And now I am honored to introduce the Minister of Defense, Mr. Benny Gantz. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Before we talk to the Minister of Defense, we will talk about the coronavirus. We talked to Knesset member Yuli Edelstein, former health minister. One of the major global challenges of the last 2 years is the coronavirus, which demonstrated the most clear way possible the connection between healthcare and strategies. There have been a lot of headlines in the media. We will now hear a conversation between Professor Jonathan Gershoni from Tel Aviv University, who will talk with Dr. Anthony Fauci, with a global reputation, chief medical advisor to the President of the United States. I'm sorry, we're back to the original plan. We will now hear the Defense Minister, Benny Gantz, Major General Benny Gantz, and we will hear the interview afterwards. Hello, everyone. I guess it seems that I surprised you. Honored guests, directors of the university, my friend Amos Gilad. Hello, everyone. Since the State of Israel was established, it has been surrounded by threats and enemies. During its early years, it was threatened by the Arab armies, that Israel overcame by maintaining its military supremacy, making the state of Israel a fact for the region and for the rest of the world. Over the years, the threats have changed. Their intensity has changed, but Israel was always able to respond, to plan, to develop from the operational and technological perspectives, to adapt itself to guarantee safety and security for its citizens. This conference, entitled what is the necessary strategy for Israel from the security perspective. In order to answer that question, I would like to consider the threats with which we are faced. And the answer is clear. In addition to many other threats, we are currently faced with one significant strategic threat that faces the entire region, and that is the Iranian desire and action to become a regional hegemony and to obtain nuclear weapons. Regarding the strategy for coping with this threat, I would like to begin by saying that Israel does not stand alone. And the Iranian threat and the Iranian challenge is shared by other countries, not only Israel. And therefore, the strategy that we take against this threat must take into account that our allies and friends in the free world, especially the United States and other countries in the region, have the need to take action to eliminate this threat, and they have the ability to do so. The conflict between Iran and Israel is not related to territory or resources like other challenges and threats that we've faced in the past. This is an ideological conflict. While Israel is the only strong democracy in the region, Iran strives to put a radical regime in place that tramples human rights. Gays are hung in the streets. Women are excluded from the public. The regime controls all resources based on its own needs and not on the needs of its citizens. Israel must realize that must emphasize that we have no conflict with the Iranian people. Our conflict is with the Iranian regime that sees the battle with Israel as a milestone for achieving regional hegemony.
First we take Damascus, then we take Berlin.
As the song goes, first we take Damascus, then we take Berlin. The Iranian goal to become a regional and global hegemony is not solely an Israeli problem. The Iranian objective of destroying Israel is something that requires us to develop our own solutions. In other words, Iran has intentions, but it does not have the capabilities and must not have those capabilities, and that must be neutralized at the current stage. The responsibility for coping with the Iranian challenge is first and foremost that of the world that may find itself faced with an unstoppable, extreme and radical regional hegemony. Because how does Iran work? Iran uses economic influence to realize its political and security goals. Not only do we see the Iranian influence in Yemen, which is a country that is one of the most vulnerable and fragile of countries worldwide. Just last week, 14 UAVs attacked attacked Saudi Arabia from Iran, apparently harming the airport and oil sites in the country. In Lebanon, which is experiencing severe crisis and severe shortages of food and fuel, Iran is funding Hezbollah with millions of dollars per year that goes mainly to the Shiites, thus tearing the country into pieces and destroying the ability to rule there. It funded the civil war in Syria, which is in order to plant its militias there to serve Iranian interests. We recently saw an attempt to assassinate the Prime Minister of Iraq that was also done using Iranian explosives. Iran transformed the marine areas into a war zone. Over the past few years, it has launched many attacks from its territories into to targets at sea, many using explosive UAV drones. Two main bases were attacked in the Jabahar region in southern Iran, from which attacks were launched at maritime targets. We're using advanced explosive drones. But the Iranian influence is felt on the political level as well and causes diplomatic and security crises. Iran is trying to create islands of terror around the world, not only in the Middle East. It is involved in drug trafficking and money laundering all over the world. Iran, for example, transports weapons and oil to Venezuela and operates Quds Force operatives in the country. It created the political crisis in Venezuela in order to remove the U.S. from its areas of interest. As part of this policy, Iran has been working to increase its influence in Afghanistan as well, taking advantage of the horrific situation in the country in order to have an influence on other countries that border Afghanistan. The main methods that Iran uses is to undermine security and stability, damaging the national security of the countries in which it operates and that of their neighbors. Iranian terror is pursued throughout the Middle East and around the world with the approval of Khamenei, the leader. 2 months ago, I exposed that Iran is not only manufacturing hundreds of drones and exporting them to their partners, but is also funding their development at different bases. Israel is feeling the influence of these actions, and it is felt in the entire region and worldwide. We saw the drones that were launched from Syria and the Iranian attempts to develop Hezbollah capabilities to launch precise attacks against Israel. And I would like to emphasize that drones are precision weapons that can target strategic targets in the region and worldwide. Most of the drones that we've seen so far came from south and southeast Iran that were shot at maritime targets. Shahed missiles can travel hundreds of kilometers, as we saw when they were launched towards Yemen. This Iranian capability is already endangering the Sunni countries and international forces in the region, and is also endangering countries in Africa and Europe. We often think of drones as devices used to attack or collect intelligence, but Iran is developing additional capabilities using these drones that have not yet been exposed, but they make their capabilities more diverse and more extensive. Iran shot a Shahed 141 from Syria to Israel. At the time, Iran used the drone for a purpose that we had never seen before, and that was to transfer weapons to its proxies in order to mount attacks. The drone carried TNT explosives destined for terror operatives in Judea and Samaria, and it was intercepted by Israel near Beit Shean. In other words, Iran is not using drones only to attack, but also to deliver weapons to its proxies. Israel was able to intercept this capability last time, and we will continue to take action against any attempt by Iran to transfer weapons to its proxies. There are serious people here who are familiar with the international threats and those facing the region and Israel. As I said, Iran is not only a threat to Israel. It is a threat to the entire world, and that is why it is now time for the world to take action. Iran must not gain nuclear capabilities because that will cause the unrestrained spread of its terror capabilities and a race of arms in the region. It will export weapons to its proxy countries and give them additional capabilities, making the Middle Eastern countries nuclear capabilities as well. This will make the region and the world more dangerous. We must not allow nuclear weapons to reach the hands of unstable regimes, and or to allow terror activity to develop in the weakened countries that Iran is taking control over. The world has many tools for contending with this threat, and it must implement Plan B based on diplomacy, economical, and military methods, in addition to the political and diplomatic channels. We are working today in full cooperation with our friends in the United States and other countries, and it is important that we continue to do so. We remember that the world has the tools and the interest to stop Iran that is fighting against the United States and the rest of the world. The tools involve foreign policy and finances, and attempting and focusing on its stability and political level. Collecting the intelligence we collect is presented to our partners in secret. Last week I met with the U.S. ambassador to the UN, who said to me and said publicly that she prefers a diplomatic solution to a military solution, but the different solutions have to be on the table, including use of force to support the diplomatic process. Sometimes demonstrating force can eliminate the need for applying even more force in the future. So the work that the United States has been doing and the sanctions it has imposed help us achieve our common goal. But it is important to emphasize that after saying that Iran is a global problem and a regional problem, we must not ignore the fact that it is a challenge for the State of Israel. And alongside the support of the United States and other countries, we ourselves will continue to take action to protect the security of the State of Israel. We will not be able to stand aside as they gain strength. We will build our own strength against them so that Iran will not obtain nuclear weapons. We will prioritize the security consideration and integrate it into our political processes and policies, allowing the IDF to carry out its main responsibility and role to protect the State of Israel and its citizens. With our friends and our capabilities, we will achieve our goals. Thank you very much.
לשר הביטחון, הרמטכ"ל גנץ,
Defense Minister, former Chief of General Staff Benny Gantz, and now we will see what we were talking about before, the combination of strategy and healthcare. As soon as we finish this interview, there'll be a 20-minute break, but let's watch this very interesting interview that already created headlines. Professor Johnny Gershoni, head of immunology from Tel Aviv University, talking to Dr. Anthony Fauci, Chief Medical Advisor to the President of the United States, who we know very well.
It's amazing. It's wonderful to have you here today and that you can share some of your time so that we can ask you a few questions.
Thank you, Johnny. It's really great to be with you.
So the first thing I think of concern is the fact that it's just recently that the vaccine for kids, Pfizer vaccine from 5 to 11, has been authorized for emergency use. But, you know, there's a lot of concern about that. Why is this vaccine raising so much opposition, so much suspicion? Is it basically any different than all the other vaccines we give our kids?
No, not really at all. As a matter of fact, we give children a lot of vaccines, even for diseases that have less of an impact on children than COVID-19 does. There is a considerable amount of anti-vax approach, and with people who might just be fundamentally against vaccines for a variety of reasons. But there are also legitimate questions that parents have about the safety and the advisability of getting their children vaccinated. And often, if you extend yourself out, usually by trusted messengers, such as a family pediatrician, and answer the appropriate and relevant questions that parents have, you can convince a substantial proportion of the parents about why it's important to get the children vaccinated. But we must be realistic, in an era of pushback for anything that comes from authority, like scientists or physicians or government. People are very suspicious of that. We certainly have a considerable amount of that here in the United States.
I see. So the question is, are there any cases in which there are indeed long-term effects? Are there any vaccines? Obviously, with COVID-19, there hasn't been enough time. But can you think of any examples of vaccines, any vaccine, that has long-term effects months and possibly years later?
To my knowledge, Johnny, there have not been. In fact, that's the reason why when the FDA makes an approval, for example, with an emergency use authorization, they usually wait about 60 days from the time that half the people have received their last dose. And the reason they do that is that if you look statistically at what are called long-term effects, not the reactogenicity that you get a day or two later with a sore arm or muscle aches or maybe a little fever, but things that are more late, almost all of them, in fact, virtually all of them occur within 45 days.
I see.
And we've had plenty of time to observe that. So the idea that all of a sudden 5, 6, 10, 15 years later, you're going to see an adverse event, we've just not seen that with vaccines.
Now, another issue which is specifically relevant to this now vaccination of young kids and especially girls, there has been evidence that the vaccination, I don't know if it's coincidental or if it's causation, but there have been reports on effects on the monthly period, sometimes spotting and bleeding. And so young kids being vaccinated, there's concern, does it have any effect? Is there any evidence of vaccination, how it could impact and cause any deleterious effects to fertility, especially in kids and girls, that is to say?
No, actually, obviously you have to look at what we've seen with adults. For example, even young adults who've been vaccinated, there is no indication whatsoever that it has anything to do with fertility of women or the ability of men to procreate children with their sexual partner. So there's no evidence of that. I mean, obviously, when you're dealing with kids, we haven't seen any effects because we have not had the opportunity when you're dealing with young children by the time they get to the age when they can procreate. But what you've got to look at, Johnny, there's no mechanistic, plausible reason why that should be the case. I mean, if you could think of some possible mechanism, but when you look at the vaccines we're dealing with, not only has there been no experience that this has happened, but you can't even conjure up a mechanism of why it would happen.
I see. Now, we're in Israel now, and some of the Israeli public have made the comment that Pfizer-BioNTech has used the Israeli population to some degree as a guinea pig, because we started our vaccination with Pfizer very early on and have been extremely effective, at least in covering the population above 60 and 50. Can you make any comments on that? Has the rollout in Israel actually assisted, contributed to the world pandemic in providing evidence and data?
I look at it exactly the opposite, Johnny. I think Israel was really lucky that they got their implementation done so quickly and so effectively, not only with the initial vaccine, but with the booster program. I often, when I push to get our booster program going, I refer back to how successful the Israelis have been in getting virtually every age group now boosted. And it's very clear that the third shot of the two-shot mRNA vaccine is really important in enhancing not only the immunological response, but also the clinical benefit that one gets at all age groups from the booster. So I look at it is that Israel is where you wanted to be, not being the guinea pig, but being right up there, getting this benefit more quickly than most any other country.
So generally, I don't want to ask you to score us, but can you say overall, how have we coped with the pandemic in the meantime? And are there any strong points, weak points that you would point out? Where have we gone wrong?
Well, I'm not so sure you've really gone significantly wrong. I mean, this is a moving target. You know, we all were hit with the initial wave and then the big surprise with Delta, which is a variant that has much greater capability of spreading from person to person. We were all, I believe, surprised by how very efficiently Delta spread. Now that we know that, that's an extra added incentive to get people vaccinated.
So if we look at the global effect, obviously the pandemic has been more than just a health crisis. The whole pandemic has had enormous impact commercially, internationally, politically. Could we have handled the pandemic more efficiently? Could there have been things early on that we had done which would have been more effective and possibly made it easier and restricted the spread of the pandemic?
The answer is obviously yes. When you're dealing with such a difficult situation as we are now, I think it would be foolish to think we could not possibly have done things better than we did. But very often that relates to, if we knew then what we know now, would we have done things differently? Obviously, because the outbreak has been a moving target. When we were dealing with this in the very, very early stage, I think the whole world, if we had quickly done very dramatic mitigation methods, like shutting down more quickly, making sure people were wearing masks and not doing indoor things. But people, in many respects, understandably felt, well, maybe it's not going to be as bad as we think. You know, we had SARS-CoV-1 in 2002, and that was very well controlled by just common public health measures of identification, isolation, contact tracing. But what we didn't know was the major difference, and that is the incredible capability of transmitting from person to person, but particularly the fact that 50 to 60% of the transmissions occur from someone who has no symptoms. That was very, very different from the original SARS-CoV-1. And that's the thing that fooled many of us in the beginning. We didn't realize how insidiously this could spread. Excuse me.
So let me then ask, as far as the early stages in trying to deal with the pandemic, there have been accusations, comments that the Chinese could have been more effective. Personally, if the initial observations, the first cases were somewhere in the middle of December 2019, and the Chinese already published the complete genome of the virus in the middle of January, I think, if I'm not mistaken, January 10. How could have they been more efficient, more open, quicker? How responsible or not should we point fingers or not to the Chinese? What is the origin of the virus?
Well, I mean, we don't know precisely the origin, but it almost very, very likely was a natural occurrence similar to SARS-CoV-1, similar to Ebola, similar to MERS, where you have a reservoir in an animal species that jumps species and goes to human and then takes off in an outbreak. Again, you don't know definitively, but most of the people who understand viral phylogeny and molecular virology feel that it is very likely have been a natural outcome. But again, you need to leave an open mind. Could it have been something that they were working on in the lab that escaped from the lab? That's something that is, hopefully we'll get to the bottom of that so that people will know how to best avoid things in the future. But I really don't think that is productive to point fingers at any country. Outbreaks arise in different countries. They arise almost always naturally. And I don't think that one can say it's someone's fault. Perhaps they could have been more transparent in the beginning. I believe they could have been a bit more transparent as to what was going on there. But the Chinese often, that's their pattern. They tend to hold back because they don't want any negative consequences on them. But again, getting back to what I said, it's not productive to point fingers at anyone.
So have we learned anything from dealing with Corona, with COVID-19, to help us prepare for, God forbid, the next emerging pandemic?
Yeah, there's a lot of lessons learned. You know, one of the things that was the success story of this outbreak was something you mentioned in the beginning of the interview, was the extraordinary speed and success that we were able to implement with the development of highly effective and safe vaccines. So we've got to continue to prepare from a scientific standpoint, but also simultaneously, we absolutely need to enhance our public health infrastructure, both domestically and globally. We've got to be able to respond much more efficiently, from surveillance to communication to responsiveness. And even as we are struggling through the current outbreak, we are planning a major pandemic preparedness approach for just what you are referring to, Johnny, the fact that we will inevitably have another pandemic. It may not be as severe as what we're going through at now, but sooner or later, we're going to get another pandemic. And it really behooves us to be much better prepared, even though by all accounts, we were supposed to have been very well prepared for this. Obviously, when you have 750,000 deaths in your country, that doesn't really reflect a great deal of effective preparedness.
Sure. So you're saying with regard to the vaccine, is this the new paradigm? Are we going to see the US government or other governments pitching in, assuming the financial risk and dangers, speeding things up, running things in parallel with the new vaccines to come?
I think when you're talking about vaccines for pandemic diseases, Johnny, I think this is the paradigm that is going to be repeated because of the extraordinary success. We took a big chance financially with Operation Warp Speed, and it proved to be highly successful. So I believe that at the next time we get a pandemic, not only will we be better prepared with the prototype pathogen approach, but I believe you're going to see the same sort of upfront investment in order to get things moving quickly.
So if we are optimistic, are we just about out of the woods? Do we see an end to the current corona pandemic?
Well, no doubt it's going to end, and I believe how soon it ends is really going to depend on how successful we are in getting the world vaccinated. And that's the reason why, even though we're doing very well, Israel is doing extremely well in getting an overwhelming proportion of their population vaccinated. I very, very much am in favor of the booster program that Israeli is doing. And I would hope that we would be doing that soon in the United States to the level that the Israelis are doing that. But we must not forget that we have a responsibility to get doses of vaccine to the developing world, the low and middle income countries that have far less of an ability to be able to get their population vaccinated. We've got to supply them with doses, because the only way you end a global pandemic is to have a global response. And we've got to make sure we have much more equity in getting doses to people, no matter what their economic status is throughout the globe.
I think that one of the hurdles that we are facing now in Israel, and I know in the United States as well, is how to overcome the anti-vax, the fake news, the reluctance, the hesitance of people to get out there and vaccinate. Especially in a small country, we have a couple of 100,000 that just do not get vaccinated, and that obviously is severe with respect to herd immunity.
You're absolutely right. I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we face, is the fact that, and it's very frustrating, Johnny, because sometimes we're faced with diseases that are potentially or in reality devastating, but we don't have interventions. It is so frustrating when you do have not only an intervention, but a highly, highly effective intervention, and we don't maximally utilize it. It just is really unfortunate, because if we could get all, I mean, in the United States, for example, there are 64 million people who are eligible to be vaccinated who have not yet gotten vaccinated. That is just should not happen when you have such a highly effective vaccine. And the reasons vary. Some of them are ideologic. Some of them are politically motivated, because if you look across the United States at the under-vaccinated states and the states that are very well vaccinated, it goes along party lines. I mean, the red states, the Republican, are much less vaccinated than the blue states, which are Democratic, which doesn't make any sense. There's no room for letting ideological differences impact the public health response.
Obviously, we don't know if the virus is a Democrat or a Republican, and so you're absolutely right there.
Exactly, and the virus doesn't care who you are.
That's right. Well, Tony, I see we're running out of time, so I really, really want to thank you so very much for taking time to speak with us here We certainly appreciate the knowledge, the answers, the questions. They help us better understand our past and when we're going in the future. So thanks again very, very much.
Thank you very much, Johnny. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure.
Thank you, Johnny. Good
Cheers.
to be with you.
Yep.
Take
Okay.
care,
Hopefully we'll see you. Bye-bye.
ושוב תודה לפרופסור ג'וני גרשוני שאפשר את הרעיון המאוד מעניין הזה. אנחנו יוצאים להפסקה של 10 דקות, אני מסתכלת על השעון, 10 דקות. היו עיכובים, צריך לעמוד בזמנים. 10 דקות, 11:50, אנחנו נפגשים פה. כן, איזה מזל שקבענו ב11:50, אז ב12 אנחנו מתחילים.
We were very clever to say 10 to 12, so now we start at noon. We have on the stage the two people to give us a very interesting discourse. Former Chief of Staff Eisenkot. He's the best. People said about him that he is the best. Tali Lipkin Shachak will speak to him, a journalist for many years, television anchor person. The floor is yours. Behind the scenes, many people came to me and say, he's a strategic asset, Eisenkot. And we're talking about strategy, so great expectations from you. We heard the Minister of Defense, Benny Gantz. He spoke about the challenges and the activities in the last few months or years, especially around Iran. He spoke mainly about Iran. He spoke about a few new things that he elaborated on. And the question is, when we talk about what is the strategy needed for Israel, do you find in what Benny Gantz said, or the efforts that the government is making today, does it correspond to a document that you wrote in August 2015? You worked on it for almost a year, where as a chief of staff, you actually spoke about the strategy of Israel. Of course, there's a tension between politics and the military strategy, but to what extent what the Minister of Defense said, does it resonate your article from 2015? National security is a major subject since the beginning of the state until today. Threats and challenges, they were, they are, and they will be. When I look back at 2015, where there was a strategic turnaround in the signing of the 6 countries on the nuclear deal, I'm asking myself what has changed. No question that the situation is more severe today. First of all, the Iranian nuclear threat, the fact that the United States withdrew in 2018 and released them from their chains and brought Iran today to the advanced stage in their nuclear plan. The second component was a threat from the last few years, and that is the precision. We're talking about UVAs, and the third threat, which has been enhanced in the last few years, and I think it will continue, and that is the cyber threat, the capability to attack. In cyber, you don't need borders. You just need capability, and we've been experiencing it lately in the fact that Israel doesn't have a national perception, and we never had a real security formal perception. The founding fathers had their own perception at the time, but I think that the threats have changed to such an extent that they compel us to update the perception and to create a national security plan with a vision to Israel and an inspiration to the heads of the security systems or health or education or anything. We see that national security is also health and education and economy. And therefore we have a half full glass and a half empty glass. I didn't hear what the Minister of Defense said, but the threats are expanding, they're changing. Some of them, they changed for the worse, and others have changed for the better. So the question is then, by the way, that document of 2015 was updated in 2018, and part of the DNA of this document is the need to change it. Namely, it's going to change from time to time, but still, if we talk about methods, what came first? You create some sort of a perception. You say that today they're missing it. A security perception into which you put in the activities, the actions according to threats and the situation at that time. Namely, you need some sort of a framework. How does it work? And what is the final objective or the ultimate objective to your security perception? The fact that the heads of organizations, and after me, additional people came to write the strategy of the organization. I think it's not a good idea, because the Israeli leadership should consolidate a national security perception and define the order of priorities and how you build not just on security. When we created it, we assumed what were the national interests of Israel, and from that derived many subjects to have such a compass to what we do, like how to exert force of the army, building the force, and also something very sensitive of the relations between army and society, which states that the most important thing for the IDF to actually realize its force is trust of the Israeli society. But today I'm quite concerned about the fact that only 67% of the young people are recruited to the army, and only 70% end their service. And I think the most important component is the national resilience of the Israeli society, solidarity. And when you look back 30 years and you see what were the data and where we are today and where it can get to, unless there's a real change in their wish to create a new social contract among all the populations in Israel, I think we should be concerned. And it's not instead of relating to all those external threats that we heard this morning. The logical challenges is that when you approach the political echelon to formulate it, they're political, and of course then the definition of objectives changes accordingly. And I don't want to say that the tail wags the dog, but the military should go in a different way to change its perceptions from time to time. I think that it puts the responsibility on the heads of organizations. They act according to the government and according to the law. That compels a great responsibility. I just saw Ephraim Halevi, the former head of Mossad. I met him in 1999. I was appointed the military secretary of the PM, and the first meeting in the bureau of the head of the Mossad was to talk about the Iranian threat. It came from grassroots. This was way before, but it brought about a discussion and allocation of resources, and since then all the prime ministers contributed to prevent an Iranian nuclear. But I think that the heads of the organizations have a real responsibility and also a contribution. But still, in the good order of things, it should be under a definite strategy which is dictated from top to bottom. So how do you define strategy? How can you implement it in the tension between the government, which is political, and the operational, which are the organizations? And we're talking, of course, about Mossad, Shabak, etc. How can we define the strategic evaluation if we talk about the need for security perception, but this is a strategic experiment when you have to cope with it? What do you think is, what is it, the battlefield or the political field? Where do we fight? When you talk about strategic decisiveness, it's usually tactical and operative, but this is already a concept that is already rooted in the security perception. And there were greater people than me, and I go back to Jabotinsky, who wrote in 1923, The Iron Curtain. He said that the environment will accept us and will despair from where they call the problem of Jews and the state of Israel, when they understand that they don't have the capability to do it through war or weapons. And there are two additional theories. One, that the state of Israel cannot prevail with military power over the Arab world. But the second one is, without a strong army, there'll be no redemption to the state of Israel. It was said today, in the past, and it's said today. When we look at the modern wars of the last 2 decades, we see the complexity. The comprehensive war between two fronts was the Yom Kippur War. And the pattern of fighting in the last 20 years is in one front vis-à-vis a relatively weak enemy. From 2008 and 12 and 14, war in the Gaza Strip. The issue is whether we prevailed in these wars, yes or no. And if we think about 67, and we see today that the reality has changed. We are still required to end wars with great advantage in order to push away the next war and to enable Israel to breathe normally. But when we go back to the Gaza Strip, we see the same problem time and again of defining the goals of the war, and that's the government. The government tends not to define the goals, so they call it in different names, but it's difficult to judge, but it's a question of a decision. What do you require from an army? And the difference between decisiveness and victory, I think that the decisiveness is tactical and victory is strategic. Did the army actually materialize the goals of the government? And the other question is the strategic situation of the State of Israel has improved along the years? And after the 4 rounds in the Gaza Strip or any other wars or campaigns, you can call it whatever you want, you can look at it with a critical eye and to ask where is the challenge and to understand it, so that we don't remain in the world of hints. Let's be more precise. There is no victory, there's no decisiveness in the Gaza Strip, but Gaza is very, very complicated. There's many, many other things. How do you take this, all the sum of these parts, and eventually reach security perception and to actually have strategic victory or prevalence or whatever you want to call it? What, humiliating the enemy or come to an understanding? And this is already another level that has nothing to do with missiles or tanks or infantry. In a theoretical state, the situation should be that we have definite goals and that the army will implement it, but it doesn't happen. There are all sorts of other complexities. Do you prevent problems by violence or not? You can dispute if you can do it in 2 years or 10 years, or maybe prevention is a goal. Is it a goal? Well, there's a strategic complexity today as well, and I think also in the future, in the fact that the state of Israel today, there are 5 major threats, and I don't think it's going to change. One is the non-conventional threat, the fact that a state like Iran will have nuclear war. The second is the conventional threat of armies, although the Syrian army can be capable in another 3 or 5 years and be ready again. The third one, which is the main one in the last decades, is that sub-conventional threat, terror, guerrilla. The 4th is cyber, and the 5th is a threat that was pushed away, and all of a sudden it came to life, and that is a national disaster. Can be an earthquake or pandemic. This is one of them, with a large number of people who are dead, which is higher than all the casualties during the War of Independence. And we understand this is a global turnaround that will have an impact in the future as well. And the question is, what kind of strategy do we consolidate? I think it starts, first of all, in fingers that are pointed at us, the national resilience of Israeli society to stand erect vis-à-vis challenges, and if we do, if it's a multi-scenario threat in 1 or 2 or 3 fronts, the most important component to me is the national resilience of the Israeli society, creating a new contract among all the components, strengthening the gaps, bridging the gaps. The next components is order of priorities in coping with threats. In the Iranian threat, there's no illusion. The 2 of the 3 goals of Iran is, first of all, to have a regional hegemony and the destruction of the State of Israel, and the 3rd goal is to obtain nuclear weaponry as an insurance policy of the government there. So if there is an agreement or a deal, it's only for a certain time, but the strategic goal, the way Iran sees itself as a regional superpower, that's what they want, such a capability. So it's obvious, until there's a real change or strategic turnaround in Iran itself, it's going to remain. Other threats not going away. The Palestinian issue is here. 8 million Palestinians in Judea and Samaria and 2 million in Gaza. They see the struggle against Israel as their way to satisfy their national aspirations, religious, social, and this is a continuous challenge for the State of Israel. And the fact that there's no definition of policy out of a complicated political existence, I think this is a problem. We gain the challenge, but we create bigger complexities for the next generation. And the last point is the relations with the United States. I see in this special relations, I see that as a huge strategic asset to the State of Israel. You can have controversies, and I can tell you from my point of view as a chief of staff what huge benefits to exert force and the image of the State of Israel, and of course the advanced capabilities that give us the advantage in this area. If you talk about relations with the United States, between what we need and want and what the United States wants maybe differently, where are we supposed to understand that we have to give in? And to what extent is it correct to put investments and money for the benefit of the main threat, which is Iran? These are dilemmas that when you talk about the total perception of security, I insist we have another 5 minutes, although the bell rang. When you accumulate this entire basket, then you have to make concessions somewhere. Yeah, you see, with talking to Tali, she looks after our interests. The best answer is to the discourse that took place a year and a half ago. It was very significant around the wish to sign an of defense treaty with the United States. And the State of Israel has to rely on its own force. Without being arrogant, we have a capability that from a military point of view, it ensures our existence. We have a state and a military which is non-invincible, whether it's terror or even a nuclear bomb. The special relations is a very important component, together with understanding that defense treaty, anybody who wanted to sign it, is that we do not exert force without consulting with the Americans and getting the approval. And new Americans are coming to help us in distress. I think that would reflect weakness, but still the special relations between Israel and the States are one of the components of power in our capability to cope with a huge scope of threats beyond the aid of $3.8 billion, and the fact that Israel showed a lot of assets in the last few years for the United States. We contributed without too much noise in fighting ISIS. This was a threat on our borders. If you went to the Golan Heights, you probably saw ISIS on the fence, on the border. And anybody who knows that ISIS was very close to the border in the Sinai Peninsula, and the State of Israel never had any real attack from ISIS, although it contributed quite a lot to eradicate it. And even in things that we did, even the courageous decision of the government in 2017 to accept the recommendation of the security forces and IDF to start a campaign against the entrenchment of Iran in Syria, in Golan, and that gave Israel great advantages. And I know all the political statements that are critical, but I think this is an example to initiative, to courage of the government to make such a decision. In 2017, we didn't know where it was going to take us, and in hindsight, the support that was given to Israel by the Americans and the collaboration vis-à-vis the Russians gave Israel a lot of brownie points for the Middle East, and also the relations between Israel, the United States, Russia, although publicly the Israeli public was out of it for many years, and only recently it came up. And the Americans understand very well the importance of the relations. And putting all the infrastructure and budgets against the Iranian threat all the time, doesn't that take away from those other issues and other things that you mentioned, which are part of the national resilience and the infrastructure without which there's no strategic decisiveness or stability? Obviously, when the State of Israel, with its limitations, size budget puts a lot of investment to a large threat in a faraway country, that of course takes away from the security activities and a lot of money, but the goal is to prevent nuclear capability from Iran. In 2015, we saw a great opportunity in that with all the complexity of the deal, there's a window of about a decade that Israel can allocate resources to other things with an open eye on Iran, in order not to have that enable us to allocate many resources to other threats that brought about great benefits for Israel, like locating and destroying the capability of the Quds forces and Hezbollah to attack the Galilee. It took 4 years to prepare the operation, but we did it that the Quds force and Hezbollah wanted to attack the northern part of Israel. And we managed to locate it and to deal with it. And the threat that was in protective edge of the tunnels in the south, there were 18 tunnels that were directed towards Israel. We had to locate it and a lot of resources, 3.5 billion shekels, in order to create the barrier. And this threat that was very severe on the communities in the southern Gaza, and also the capability to allocate a lot of resources against the Iranian entrenchment and to really attack very important points. And Israel did not pay a price for that, including taking a major part in the fighting of a white coalition against ISIS, and actually jeopardizing this organization from Iraq and Syria, and was really on our borders. It was obvious what the next stage is going to be, but still we have huge challenges in the first circle and also in a further circle as well. Now we really have to conclude. So what are you most concerned about? Tell us. What concerns me most of all is the rift in the Israeli society. No solidarity, no mutual solidarity, the discourse not having enough resources to obtain governance in Israel, including Judea and Samaria, yes, includes that as well. I think that the way in which the state implements the law and order everywhere, this is a component in your power. The trust of the people in the organization, in the Supreme Court, the police, and others is very low, and I think it's a terrible thing. That's where you have to allocate resources, and then you'll be able to cope with any external threat in a better way. Gadi Eisenkot, thank you very much. Thank you.
תמיד כיף שיש שיחות שאומרים
Sometimes there are conversations that you just want to go on and on. Former Chief of General Staff Gadi Eisenkot, he mentioned Russia towards the end of his interview, and Russia and the Middle East and Israel is something that's always part of our agenda. The Institute of Policy and Strategy has a project with the Wilson Center in Washington, D.C., addresses exactly these issues. And now we will watch a conversation between Mr. Matthew Rozhansky, director of the Canaan Institute at the Wilson Center, with Major General Amos Gilad, expert on policy and strategy, as well as Kastinas.
I'm Ksenia Svetlova, a senior research analyst at the IPS, Institute for Policy and Strategy at Reichman University. And now we will be discussing the presence and expanding influence of Russia in the Middle East. I'm very happy to present my co-panelist, Mr. Matthew Rozhansky, Director of Kennan Institute, Woodrow Wilson Center, Washington, D.C. Hi, Matt. And along with me, it's Major General Reserve Amos Gilad, Executive Director, Institute for Policy and Strategy, the IPS, at Reichman University. Matt, Amos, it's good to be here with you again. As I told you, we're going to discuss the difference in attitudes that exist, the American and the Israeli perspective, as also was seen by us in the report that was recently published by the IPS and Canada. It's a co-production that was published in May, in which we performed basically the analysis and presented the various attitudes that exist in Jerusalem and in Washington towards the increasing Russian presence here in the region. So, Matt, let me first of all pose a question to you. With everything that is going on right now in the region, starting from the fall of Lebanon and the Arab attempt to change the intergame right now in Syria, how do you see in Washington the place of Russia in the Middle East? What are the challenges? And how do you believe things will be developed during the next few months?
Well, thank you very much, Ksenia, for having me. I really enjoyed our work together throughout 2 rounds of this U.S.-Israel task force on Russia. I think the report, which you can find on the Kennan Institute and the IDC website, really speaks for itself. But it was never meant to be a snapshot in time. The report, of course, was released most recently in May of this year, but you mentioned some things already that have, there have been other global changes since May, quite significant. There are some really pressing crises happening right now, in particular involving Russia and the United States and the West. And so I think the essence of what we've done is to create a dialogue between the U.S. and Israeli expert community that looks at Russia. And that's where I come around to maybe answering your question, though I think it will be unsatisfying. And that is that you can't, from an American perspective at least, you can't just answer a question about Russia and the Middle East. You have to look at the broader question of the U.S.-Russia relationship, and that's very much a work in progress. President Biden in April, at the same time that he announced the summit meeting with Vladimir Putin, which then took place in June, he laid out essentially 3 principles to his engagement with Russia. He said, where it makes sense for the United States to cooperate with Russia, we will do so. We won't be afraid to do so. Where Russia poses threats and challenges, we will resist, we'll push back. And of course, we will remain true to American allies, American principles, American interests, and the American people. This, to my mind, is not a new formulation. This is the essence of sensible American policy towards Russia. It's always going to be a mixture of cooperation where it's necessary for both sides and pushback. And I think that the Middle East is an example of this. You saw the necessity for cooperation and dialogue over the last several years. It was dubbed deconfliction in Syria so as to avoid, certain unacceptable terms. But essentially, this was at quite a serious level within the uniform military, the United States and Russia agreeing that they would not work at cross purposes and that they would not risk provoking one another in Syria. In a broader political sense, we saw that there were, in fact, if not explicitly common interests, there were common accepted positions. For example, neither side was particularly eager to see the growth of Iranian power in Syria. Neither side was eager to see threats to Israel's security growing. Neither side, although there was never total agreement about the particular groups and targets which should be considered valid, neither side was eager to see the growth of Islamic State capabilities in Syria and the wider region. So you had a kind of modus vivendi in Syria over the last several years that I think speaks to the broader recognition in Washington that Russia plays a role in the Middle East, that it does so by virtue of its longstanding relationships and its ability to project power. But I think that's where the U.S.-Israel partnership comes in, because the United States cannot be everywhere all the time in the Middle East. And I think in the last several months, certainly since the release of our report, the dramatic experience of the American pullout from Afghanistan has reminded a lot of people that although the United States has great capabilities and certainly has the ability to project power, the notion that we will seek to be everywhere at once, especially in a dynamic region like the Middle East, where there is always a new crisis that demands something from Washington, I think that needs to be reassessed. And the last point I'll make is context. Again, we have, I would say, an acute phase of the Russian security challenge in Europe right now due to the Russian buildup of forces on the border with Ukraine. That's a huge concern for the United States. You've seen that at the highest levels. The migrant crisis on the border between Belarus and Poland and Belarus and Lithuania, and an ongoing energy crunch in Europe. Mm-hmm. I think those factors combine to really focus American attention on Russia in Europe, which has historically been the central front in this very difficult relationship, and not the Middle East.
Thank you very much, Matt. And I absolutely agree. The United States cannot be everywhere. And more so, we see that America is, its focus, it's elsewhere during the last at least 3 administrations. It seems that America wants to focus on China, on Southeast Asia, on Russia, and less on the Middle East. But when America is looking at the Middle East, it's looking for afar. While Amos, we here in Israel, we are looking at Russia's presence in Syria, and it's actually beyond the border. It's just right here around the corner. Amos, I would like to ask you, given your rich experience here in the Middle Eastern affairs and also direct contacts also that you had during your job at the Ministry of Defense, with the Russian side, how should Israel, keep working and manipulating, basically maneuvering between U.S., its only strategic ally, and between Russia, that a few years ago became its immediate neighbor here in the north, in Syria?
Thank you, Ksenia. From Israeli point of view, Iran is the main threat, strategic threat to Israel. And if Iran gets a military nuclear bomb or capabilities, it might become even existential threat in 2 arenas, the nuclear and the regional arena. Syria is very important. Now in Syria, thanks God, we are enjoying common ground with Russia. It's not official policy of Russia, but if we analyze the situation there, the Russians are not happy. At least this is my judgment from the growing presence of Iran in Syria. It seems that Iran wants to take over Syria, and Golan Heights might become a hostile front against Israel. And the Russians don't like the growing Iranian presence in Syria. So unofficially, of course, it's not official policy, we do have free hand to, according to international press, we are intensifying our military operational activities in Syria against the Iranian presence, I think with great and significant success. And for that, because of the Russian presence in Syria, we need their consent or at least silent coordination. And that's why the visit of our Prime Minister, Mr. Naftali Bennett, was uniquely important, because I don't know the details haven't been published, but it seems that the coordination is very solid and powerful. It enables Israel to concentrate on the efforts to prevent the growing presence. Growing presence, it means that they want to establish a powerful military hostile presence against Israel with revolutionary guards, with Shiite militias, and so on, with armed UAVs, missiles, rockets, and so on, and we need to prevent it. And I think in Syria, we enjoy unique success, and that's why we need to continue our cooperation and coordination with Russia, in spite of all other dimensions that are so typical to the Russian, EU, and US relationships that are characterized by tension and others conflicts of interest.
Thank you very much, Amos. And I would just like to add that we are right now find ourselves in the unique period of time in which there is a convergence of interests between Russia, the Arab countries, the Sunni Arab countries, and Israel, because all of the players in more or lesser degree are interested in pushing Iran, if not away, but then maybe a little bit far away from the centers of power in Syria. And it seems that the UAE leader, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, also the Jordanian king, King Abdullah, they are working very hard in order to bring back Syria to the Arab fold and basically to take it away from the arms of the Iranians. The question is whether it's actually, something that can be achieved, whether, the Arabs will indeed enter Syria and put their money on Syrian infrastructure. For now, it seems, very unlikely and very far-fetched, because we are talking about unstable country where the situation is going from bad to worse. But in this regard, it's important to mention another Arab player, the weak chain. It's, of course, the Lebanon, where all of these interests, they mix and blend. And of course, Lebanon is important to the Arab world. And the Arabs will try to do everything in order to save Lebanon from falling. The big question is whether all of these powers that will be working together, if they will work together, there is a big if, will eventually achieve success. Matthew and Amos, I will ask you, because we are reaching to the end of our discussion, I would ask you to summarize, perhaps, to give the bottom line of your vision of how will Russia behave in the Middle East during the future next few months, perhaps years. What would be the American reaction and how it will affect Israel? I know it's tough, but I know you can do it. You have approximately a minute each, please. Matthew, we'll start with you.
Well, the prediction will be worth exactly what you paid for it. And so I hope it won't disappoint. But my expectation is that Russia will continue to behave in an opportunistic way. So this will depend on where crisis occurs, where there are gaps in governance that can be exploited. I do not think Russia has reliable allies, partners, or what you would call permanent interests in the Middle East. It has situational and opportunistic interests. I think this is appreciated in Washington. And the difference is that the United States does have permanent interests and relationships in the Middle East, and it begins with Israel, although it's not exclusive to Israel.
Okay, Amos, please.
We need to be able to continue our unique, useful, successful operations, allegedly, in Syria in order to prevent the growing presence of Iran, Revolutionary Guards, Hezbollah, and all these proxies against Israel. We need, of course, to be coordinated with the United States. The United States is our major pillar of our national security, and we need to be fully coordinated. However, we need to continue our coordination and cooperation with Russia in order to be able to achieve our main goal, to prevent the growing presence of hostile Iran in Syria. And if we look at the whole area, we do have Lebanon, with Hezbollah, Yemen, and other areas, and Syria is key area to prevent the growing presence of Iran. And we need to be sure that Russia will support us in our efforts in the nuclear arena in order to prevent, it must be prevented, that Iran will never get nuclear weapon.
Thank you, Amos. We are almost finished. I'll just add briefly that in the era of uncertainty, when the Arab states and also Israel fears the US departure from the Middle East and disengagement from the Middle Eastern many conflicts, it seems that it's almost inevitable that Russia will gain more opportunities. It will be seen as the second superpower that will be working here for quite amount of time, that it will be staying here and building its bases here, military bases, but also civilian power of base, all across the Middle East. So we will follow. And Amos and Matthew, thank you so very much for your input. It was a pleasure to discuss with you Russia and the Middle East as usual. Thank you and shalom.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fascinating discussion. And now we would like to welcome former Mayor of Jerusalem, Knesset member Nir Barkat, who is building himself up as the future leader of the Likud party and maybe even the Prime Minister. And Mr. Michael Milstein, an expert on the Palestinian issue and a senior fellow at IPS here at Reichman University.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We are honored to welcome Knesset member Nir Barkat, former mayor of Jerusalem. The topic of this conference is to clarify not only what Israel's strategy is, but rather what the recommended strategy would be. Over the last few months, Mr. Barkat, you've formulated a vision that attempts to address Israel's strategy. It's a multidimensional strategy that talks about defense and economy and science and other things. So I want to talk about your perspectives as the main issues on the agenda, looking at the bigger issues and talking about existential issues like the Palestinian issue and Israeli society. Let's start with the topic that has been addressed in most of the issues mentioned in the speeches today, which is the Iranian issue. What is your perception of the Iranian issue? Do you think that when looking back on the type of strategies that were implemented, what could have been changed, what could have been done differently? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I think that we are not estimating the Iranian threat correctly. Iran is attempting to attack us from 6 different directions, from Lebanon, Gaza, the long-range missiles, Syria, Judea and Samaria, of course, and a new threat that is facing many parts of Israeli society, trying to use all of these together. And the most dangerous threat, in my opinion, that I think we have to focus on is missiles fired against central Israel by Hezbollah, by Nasrallah. Nasrallah is planning a missile attack, thousands of missiles. We're talking about hundreds of targets, and think about how many casualties we're talking about. I'm talking about a conventional attack on a scale that Israel has never encountered before on the home front. And I think that the next attack from Lebanon will not be the third Lebanon war. It will be the first Iranian war. And there is, of course, the unconventional Iranian threat, but I believe that the Iranian conventional threat requires us to rethink how we can avoid causing damage only in Lebanon when we're attacked, but how we cause damage in Tehran, and how do we tell the Iranians in advance that you are the source of all evil in the region. We understand that, we realize what they want to do, and it is completely unacceptable and intolerable. And therefore, the conception that we have to reach is to mark Iran as the target for our next war, because Iran is the source. That means developing conventional capabilities, not only unconventional capabilities. Preventing them from acquiring non-conventional weapons is not enough. We need a long arm from Israel's army, and also to work with the United States in the region. We need an agreement. We need a regional accord. We need the Americans on board, even though they're busy with other things. And we have to work as a big group when facing the Iranian threat. I don't think that what we've done so far has been enough. And the threat is getting closer and closer. It's a perception. We have to change our perception, change our mindset, and prepare the public for what could happen here, for the possible scenario that we may encounter. And if there's anything that keeps me awake at night, it's the fact that we're not prepared for the strike that we may receive, and what we have to do to prevent that from happening. We have to make the Iranians realize that we'll attack them directly. It's crossing the ocean to talk about an issue that's also been discussed, which is the very complex issue of Israel's relations with the United States. And now I'm talking about the regime, the administration, and also the changing relations between the communities, the community in Israel and the Jewish community in the United States. So I'd like to hear what you think about that and the changes you would like to apply. I was recently part of several trips to the United States to meet the community there. There's one thing that interests the people in the United States, and that is China. They realize that the West battle is with the Chinese. But Democrats and Republicans alike, they all see China as the adversary. They're less interested in the Middle East. The United States will tell the entire world to choose sides. There's no gray area there from their perspective. You're either with them or against them. And this is an excellent opportunity because there's less of a focus on the Middle East. They understand, after their experience with Afghanistan, they understand that they don't understand the situation. They have the ability to develop relations with Israel on security issues. But in general as well, there's an interesting agreement that I think could develop. The Democrats believe in human rights, and they realize that you can't compare the human rights situation in Israel and in the PA in other areas. We have to cooperate on those issues, which are different than the type of cooperation we have with the Republicans. I think there's an excellent opportunity here to collaborate with the Americans. I presented my plan that I've been working on over the last few years based on my experience as mayor of Jerusalem regarding the regime or the public, the Jewish community. No, I'm talking more about the senators, our partners in the U.S. Congress, and there's a lot. They listen to us, and if you don't mind, I would like to talk a little bit about that. My plan for Judea and Samaria and with the Palestinians is, as I tell the Americans, put the two-state solution aside for a moment and instead of talking about a top-down process, I'd like to present a bottom-up process that formulates from which we can derive a new strategy. So I present my first plan, which is based on economic development. The average salary in Israel is $43,000. Israeli Arabs, $33,000 per year. The Palestinians that cross the border every morning, $16,000. Those that work in the settlements, 11,000. In areas A and B, $7,000. In Gaza, $3,000 per year. So the more the Arabs cooperate with the state of Israel, the more prosperous they are. If there are 150,000 Palestinians that work with Israel, my goal is to reach 1 million Palestinians in the next few years. We can work in Gaza or in areas A or B, but they can come into Israel. And we've developed a program for expanding employment opportunities to have people staying in Israel as opposed to crossing the border every day. I'm talking about developing a strategic process for Palestinian prosperity in Israel. We have to develop roads that optimize routes for both the Jews and the Palestinians. The Palestinians use both. We only use ours. This is reverse apartheid to some extent, but I think that we need this investment. We need this double investment because it's a matter of security and prosperity for the Palestinians. Now, I'd like to ask, because we're talking about something enormous. We're talking about the future of the Jewish nation and the Palestinian people. If I take your program, which talks a lot about economy and economic peace, and if I put that on the spectrum between one state state, and I think we're getting closer, we're going in that direction, and separation, we're talking more about a one-state solution. No, I think that these are conceptions that don't hold water, and I told the Americans as well that you thought there would be a moderate state in Afghanistan, and you ended up with Taliban. And there are the naive people who thought that when we left Gaza, there would be Singapore, but we ended up with a Hamas-controlled area, and it's not going to happen. They're not going to become a state. What will be their status? I just want to say one thing, and then I'll get back to your question. My plan talks about job opportunities, tourism based on biblical stories. We're talking about the Holy Land, and when I talk to the Americans about Judea and Samaria, they understand that it's not just any piece of land. They're also interested in developing it for tourism from all over tourists from all over the world. It's the Holy Land for all religions. It's a win-win plan. We need complete military control, civilian separation, and economic cooperation. So it's virtual, not dividing the actual territories. Yes, it's virtual. Instead of setting boundaries, which are impossible to secure, we're talking about a network that connects the Palestinians to one another and the Israelis from one to another, two separate political bodies. The Americans asked me what the Palestinian Authority think about this process, because the process that I'm talking about, the leaders in Judea, the Jewish leaders in Judea and Samaria agree, and there's consensus among leaders in central Israel as well with this bottom-up program. And then the Americans asked me what the PA thinks about this plan, and they're interested because they haven't really heard about it. And the answer is that the PA, the leaders object, the civilians agree with all of the components, but the heads of the authorities, the heads of the tribes, they are committed to their people, and they are interested in cooperating. Shlomo Ne'eman from Gush Etzion, and Jabri from Hebron, leader of one of the leading tribes there, they met together with me, and they have a lot of ideas. They're interested in the joint strategy because they want prosperity for their people. Today, they're working together today as we speak. Many people don't even know about it. There's a lot of success. There's a lot of successful cooperation on the tactical level. And when I talk to the Americans, I present an approach, a perspective, not exactly like the Emirates. The Emirates model, I don't want to annex anything. My plan says nothing about annexing. We're talking about civilian separation. We don't have to annex any territory. I went to Brookings, research centers in the United States, the Washington Institute, Hudson. I present my models. And despite the fact that I say that over the last 15 years, no one even presented an option for a plan, nothing to even discuss. This is something to discuss, to talk about going bottom up instead of top down. Let's talk about prosperity. Let's talk about helping more Palestinians succeed and about their rights compared to other places. I want them to have as many rights as possible, because if things are good for them, on average, my experience as mayor of Jerusalem shows that things are better for us as well. And that is something that the Americans can understand and can accept. So you're talking about not separating the two nations, the two societies. It's almost a Balkanian existence. You're saying that you disagree with the idea of a one-state solution. No, that's not true. It's not a one-state solution. We won't manage us. They won't manage. We won't manage them. They won't manage us. Not a single Jew will have to leave their homes. Jews can live wherever they want in the world, especially in Judea and Samaria and Jerusalem, of course. When there's peace, no one has to move from one place to another. So in this complex situation has been created in the field, we have to think virtually. We need virtual connections so that people can live as if there's one single autonomous region. I want them to be able to manage their own lives. Economics, I believe in cooperation because I think it'll be better for them and ultimately better for us. And from the security perspective, we will never allow Hamas or Hezbollah to control Judea and Samaria. When we try to explain to the Americans try to use analogies of businesses, You can't have one side saying we want to get rid of you or throw you in the sea, and now let's try to find a compromise. It doesn't work that way. After their experiences in Afghanistan, the Americans realized that they don't understand the mentality. This is an excellent opportunity to work with the Americans. They will appreciate our assistance much more than we realize when it comes to China. And if we work correctly, and if we show them that we have shared values, that we want prosperity with our neighbors, but on the other hand, we will be rigid and harsh when necessary to contend with our enemies, I think that this is a model that can create significant hope looking forward. I didn't expect us to agree in this discussion, but I think the advantage is that we're presenting a topic that I think that the Israeli society doesn't discuss often. And I think you're presenting a thesis that has to be addressed in public discourse. We could spend much more time talking about it, but our time is up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael.
Very welcome, Beatrice.
זה לא ויתיאר? מה? כן, כן. טוב, עכשיו אנחנו שוב חוזרים.
And now we're back to Washington. We're constantly looking in that direction. And now we're talking about involving IDF in CENTCOM in the United States. This will be an interesting conversation between General Joseph Votel, former commander of the Central Command, and Professor Boaz Menor, founder and CEO of the ICT in Reichman.
To host at the IPS conference, General retired Joseph Votel, who's the former commander of the United States Central Command, known as CENTCOM. And General Votel, it's a real pleasure and an honor to have you with us today in the conference in Israel.
Thanks. It's wonderful to be with you.
And since we are short of time and we have many subjects that we would like to cover, let me dive in directly to the first, I would say, introductory question, if I may say so. As the former commander of CENTCOM, I'm not so sure that all the Israeli viewers and participants are very well familiar with the activities of CENTCOM, and I would like to ask you, can you share with us what is CENTCOM, and maybe how does this central command is different than other U.S. commands altogether?
Yeah, thank you very much. United States Central Command, CENTCOM, as we refer to it for kind of a short abbreviation, is one of 11 combatant commands that the United States has that cover our regional responsibilities and cover some of our functional responsibilities within the Department of Defense. Each of them are led by 4-star officers from one of our services, and in that capacity as the commander, we answer directly to the Secretary of Defense and to the President. And we are responsible for the conduct of all military activities, all joint military activities that occur within those areas of responsibility. United States Central Command is what we think of as a regional command, and in that capacity, I had responsibility for all of our military activities in the area known as the Middle East, the area we think of as the Levant, and as the area that we think of as Central and South Asia. So this is about a 20-country area that extends from Egypt to Pakistan and Kazakhstan to Yemen. It was my responsibility to orchestrate our military operations in those areas in accordance with our U.S. national security interests. And of course, also working in conjunction with our diplomats.
As you know, General Votel, Israel was observed this year in 2021 to the CENTCOM. And after Israel was for many years under the responsibility of the European Command, what does this mean for Israel and for the region that, that this change has happened last year?
Well, first off, I think this is an excellent move, and I strongly applaud the decision to move Israel, align Israel under the CENTCOM area of military responsibility, and I think it makes a lot of sense. I think it was the time to do this. I think what it means is I think it provides, I think, the most important opportunity that we have had, the United States has had, to bring the Gulf states into a more coherent approach to security in the region, and particularly security as we think about our challenges with the country of Iran. Normalizing relationships between Israel and countries in the region is a pathway to building on improved security cooperation and presenting a more coherent message and security approach to the region. And I think this is the big opportunity that we that this transition provides us right now.
And that leads me to ask about the American policy. And I would like to play here the devil advocate, if I may say so. You know, we are living, and you know very well, we are living in a rough neighborhood. And in the rough neighborhood, you need to be seen as strong, and you need to have the protection of the big brother, i.e. United States. But many people in Israel and outside Israel would argue that in the recent decade or so, United States deterrence in the region and maybe outside the region have declined. To name a few incidents, one would say that even the war against ISIS, that was very successful at the end of the day. ISIS lost his territory in Iraq and in Syria, but many would argue that this is the success of the axis of evil led by Russia and not the success of United States that didn't succeed to achieve this goal. Take, for example, under Trump administration, the clashes with Iran after the decision to step out of the nuclear deal, the attack against Aramco oil facilities that didn't get any American answer or regional answer, even shooting down the drone. So many instances and cases like that can be shown. And it seems for some in the region that whoever is betting on the alliance with United States is betting on the wrong horse. What can you say about that?
Well, I think the United States, it's my view here is that the United States has a lot of interests around the world. And as you've seen in our national defense strategy put together under the Trump administration and really at under the leadership of Secretary Mattis, a key focus of our national security is maintaining our competitive edge against countries like China, and being able to continue to be the influential driving force in the world. But that doesn't mean that we cannot continue to look after our interests in the Middle East as well. And we have a number of them there, and they have been in place for a long period of time, and they will continue to be interest to us in the future. For example, containing Iran's adventurism in the region and preventing them from obtaining a nuclear weapon is a national security interest for the United States. Continuing to combat terrorism is another one. Making sure that instability in this area doesn't bleed out into other areas affecting our interests or the interests of our allies. Certainly, the security of Israel fits into that very, very prominently, and we have the ability to do all of these things at the same time. Our competitive advantage with China while we continue to protect our interests. But what it requires is it requires a very careful review of our posture and strategy in the Middle East to make sure that we have a sustainable presence, that we are using the tools that are available to us, like security assistance, to the very best of our abilities. And we are helping lead the partnerships in the region. And so, I know there are concerns about the United States, but I think we have enduring interests here, and these interests will always come back to roost, and we will have to make sure that we balance them in our overall security approach.
Thank you. You know that we are living now in a very sensitive time, I would say, when, as we speak, there are discussions between American representatives and Iranian representatives trying to see if they can reach some kind of a new deal, a new nuclear deal altogether. But as a military commander and as a thinker, do you believe that facing this outstanding Iranian negotiators, and we know the negotiating skills of the Iranians, would there be any merit and any success for such negotiation without putting the military activity, military operation on the table as well?
Well, we'll have to see how that plays out here in terms of how the negotiations go and we move forward in this particular area. I think being able to demonstrate and exercise military capability and our ability to return forces into the region, strategic forces that can help us accomplish missions, I think is an important tool of leverage for our diplomats and for our civilian leadership as we move forward. And it's very, very vital that we continue to do that. And I think we've seen some examples of doing that. That doesn't necessarily mean we have to have hundreds of thousands of troops, but we do have to routinely demonstrate our ability to bring people and forces into the region and maintain bases and access, overflight, and relationships in the region that demonstrate that we can protect our interests as we move forward. I would just say this, as a military officer, I do think it's important that we have a way to have dialogue with our adversaries, and our competitors. I found this to be very important in Syria when we were conducting the campaign against ISIS there. Our ability to communicate to the Russian Federation was very important in one, keeping us safe and them safe, and preventing the focus on ISIS from being diverted to something else. So I do think it's important to make sure we have channels for dialogue and to prevent miscalculation and miscommunication as we work through very tense security issues.
And as a follow-up question, although I believe that the interests of United States and Israel are quite close as long-standing allies, but naturally Israel has more concerns from the possibility of Iranian getting a nuclear military capability that will pose an existential threat to Israel. Now, as if it's not complicated enough to be an American leading figure like you are, I would like to get your recommendation to the Israeli government. I mean, not asking you, do you think that Israel should attack or not the Iranian facilities, as many people in Israel believe that it's about time to do so, but what should be the considerations of Israel while considering this option?
Well, I think certainly this is the decision of the Israeli government in terms of how they posture for this. But I do think the continued alertness, the continued capabilities that Israel continues to provide in the region should continue to maintain that. The Israeli forces, I think, have done well at addressing threats that have come close to their border and have threatened their security, and I believe they have a right to do that. particularly after some of what we've heard from adversaries in the regions talking about. I also think it's important, and I think one of the really great opportunities that I'm very, very excited about is the opportunity that is being afforded by the Abraham Accords. This normalization of relationships is providing a pathway for greater security cooperation in the region. You may be aware, our listeners may be aware that we've recently completed a maritime operation that involved U.S., Israeli, and other regional Gulf partners in that. And there's now discussion and planning underway for a similar air operation. I think this, building on the back of the Abraham Accords and this normalization of relationships that is taking place between Israel and nations in the region, with the strong support and leadership of the United States, is a certain way to address better maritime security, is a better way to address counterterrorism, it's a better way to present a more coherent deterrent posture against Iran, and it's a better way to address things like integrated air and missile defense, which fits into that previous item I mentioned here. So I think continuing to move in these areas will be very, very important for the Israeli government and for their forces.
Thank you very much. There are so many other questions I want to ask you, but I would leave you with this important statement that some people refer to that as the need to create a second regional NATO to stand against the growing threat of Iranian hegemony, greater hegemony in the region. But I fully agree with you that the Abraham Accords pose a great opportunity for all the allies, all the, I would say, moderate Arab countries in Israel that are playing an important role as American allies in the region. Again, I would like to thank you so much, actually for so many things. First of all, for being the former commander of CENTCOM and contributing a lot to the American safety and the international stability and safety altogether, and together with the whole world to the safety of Israel. So thank you for being there. I wish you a lot of luck in your important job in bands, which we are quite familiar with. Your predecessor, the late General Monty Meigs, was also a friend of ours, and I know how important that job is. So once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been wonderful to be with you.
כן, אז עכשיו אנחנו בפאנל שמתייחס לכל הסוגיה הפלסטינית.
We have reached the panel about the Palestinian issue and the future of the relations between Israel and the Palestinians. I would like to introduce Dr. Micha Goodman, author and researcher of Jewish thought, Dr. Donna Wolf of the Diplomacy and Strategy School at Reichman University, and Ohad Chamo, all directed by Dr. Michael Milstein, a senior fellow here at the IPS in Reichman University. Okay, so now we've reached the talk about the elephant in the room that everyone's been trying to avoid, namely the Palestinian issue. About a month ago, we marked 30 years since the Madrid conference that triggered the political process that eventually led to Oslo and the Palestinian Authority. And there was the processes that brought us back to the beat, that turned things backwards and took us back to the starting point, creating a dilemma that Israel is facing regarding where Israel and the Palestinians currently stand and where we are going. And this is a little bit, it's a frustrating story that involves a lack of confidence among Israeli society, among the Palestinians, and among the international community about the possibility of launching a process like the one that was launched 30 years ago. And we also see lack of interest among many different parties when it comes to the Palestinian issue, and it being pushed aside in favor of other more pressing issues. So we decided to dive into this issue and look into the future of the issue of Israel and the Palestinian people. This is an issue that many Israelis prefer to avoid because it's frustrating and because there are other things to talk about. And, it's very difficult to examine it in depth and until it blows up in our faces. So we'd like to hold a discussion with these three panelists. Each will present their perspective of this issue. Dr. Micha Goodman, who has been presented, he's an author, he's written several books. He is a researcher of Jewish thought over the years. Micha, you recently wrote Catch 67 and the Attention Revolution. Dr. Wolf, head of governance and law here at the Reichman University, who deals with international legal perspectives of the Palestinian people, and Ohad Chamo, journalist from Channel 12, winner of the Sokolov Award, who for many years has been presenting deep insights from the Palestinian region. So let's begin our discussion. The first question that I would like to ask you all is about the present. What is happening today? It's now 20 years since the beginning of the Al-Aqsa Intifada and 30 years since Oslo, and it's clear that the plans for Oslo are difficult or impossible to implement today because of the situation in the Palestinian society and because there's increased integration between the authorities. You studied this difficult situation in the occupied territories over the past years. I want to go beyond the book to the moment when you said, Michael, Israel lost interest in the conflict. The situation in Israel is that there's a lack of curiosity, a lack of interest in the conflict. So how did that happen? After the Six-Day War, the Israelis were not at all, were very, very interested. The right was off topic. There was a utopia. They were thinking that if we settle the territories, then the redemption would come. And on the other hand, the opposite approach was that if we leave the territories, then the entire Middle East will recover, will be repaired. Israel will become part of the international community thanks to an agreement of this kind. There was a situation of utopia for many, many years on both sides, but these utopias collapsed, and these dreams were replaced with apocalypse. The right, in most cases, don't say that if we settle the territories, Messiah will come. They say something different. They say if we leave the territories, then there will be missiles against Tel Aviv. It'll be catastrophic. The left, and it's interesting to note that the left went through a similar process. They don't talk about peace. They talk about occupation. They don't say that if we leave the territories, there'll be a peace process. They say that if we stay there, then it'll be an ethical and a political and economical catastrophe. They went from utopia to doomsday, meaning that the approach today is that it will be catastrophic to implement the plans of the opposite side. So what happened on the right and on the left? It happened on both sides over the last 20 years, moving from peace to occupation. That's where the center appeared. And when I talk to the center, I'm not talking about the people who vote for the center factions. I'm talking about the sentiment that's very popular among Israeli society which says the following. First of all, when the right and left talked about utopia, the center says I'm not on either extreme. Well, when both sides choose anxiety and strength, the center is in both, takes some of both. And that's what happens with anxiety. When people are anxious, people are scared of heights, they'll become scared of closed places as well. People don't accumulate dreams, they accumulate anxieties. The center parties, the center ideology believe that if we don't stay in the territories, then we're risking our lives. But if we do stay, then we're risking our lives. If we stay, then we're endangering the demographics, and if we don't, then we're endangering our security. So the result is that no matter what we do, we're in trouble. So they decide not to even talk about it and focus on other issues. Why don't the ultra-Orthodox serve in the army? With the prices of cheeses in the supermarkets, since there are no good ideas about the conflict, they stop talking about the conflict. There's a transition from dreams to anxiety to indifference, and that is tragic. And I think, and we might talk about this later on, I think that the healthier solution for Israeli society, when we're confused, I think that we've transitioned from confusion to indifference, and I would like to transition it into pragmatism. Now we're going to zoom in on the Palestinians. As many people have been following you for many years, and you've been sounding a voice that's not heard often enough in Israeli society, and that is the acceptance of the Palestinian people of the one-state solution. You're right, and thank you for this opportunity to raise such an important issue, an issue that is so important for Israel as a Jewish and democratic country. We keep talking about Iran as the existential threat, but the Palestinian threat issue is no less of a risk. I would like to talk about one specific incident. In August 2020, two places at the separation gate near Kalkilia and near the West Bank. During the weekend, those points were breached, on the fence were breached. 200,000 Palestinians entered Israel. We're talking about an enormous number of Palestinians. I received calls from excited people saying that we're here in Jaffa, people that were released in the Gilad Shalit agreement, saying that they're in Israel for the first time. That weekend, there were 200,000 Palestinians, and that was the erasing of the Green Line. It was very, very dramatic. I wrote a book that I called Returning to 87. Called On the Surface. And why 87? First of all, returning, that we talked about, the returning of the 60s and the 70s, there's a new return that they're talking about. When I talk to the Palestinians, they don't talk about destroying the state of Israel. They're not there anymore. But the issue of returning, not at the expense of the state of Israel, but alongside the state of Israel, 87 is the beginning of the first Intifada. At the time, the situation was utopian. There was one single geographic, almost political entity. It was incredible. The Green Line was irrelevant at the time. The distinction between our political opinions, right and left, was all related to the Green Line. And that was the MO at the time, the deciding factor that almost didn't exist at the time. If you talk to young Palestinians, and I do so often, 42%, according to surveys done a year ago, 42% of young Palestinians talk about a one-state solution. And I think the numbers are much higher. Whenever I visit refugee camps, cities, villages, almost everyone is talking about a single state. They talk about disappointment with the Palestinian Authority, hatred for the Palestinian Authority. It's corrupt, it's bad, it's problematic. Not to us. From our perspective, black and white, Hamas is good, Hamas is bad, PA is good. When it comes to Israel, I'm being very brief, I'm sorry, but from the Palestinian perspective, the PA is bad for them. And suddenly there's Israel. Israel is like the Americans, for what the Americans were to us in the 1960s. We're speaking a universal language. Those Palestinians Palestinian youth their parents talked about Palestinian sovereignty. They talked about the Palestinian flag, but the young people are less interested in that. What they want is an income. They want jobs. They want financial security. They want physical security. They want to get to the beach. That's as a code, but they can't. They can't achieve that. And the discourse today, what you hear today all over the territories, is disappointment with the two-state solution. They realize that Israel is not going to let that happen. The PA is not going to let that happen. They say they want one state. They say let's get rid of the separation fence. And I wanted to talk about an example of a conversation I had with a Hamas person who said that he feels like an Israeli citizen. He says, I'm a second-class citizen, but in 20, 30 years, the two of us will be equal. Remember that sentence. Everything you said is unbelievable, because when you look at the one-state solution, it's been around for 50 years among the Palestinian people. It was on the margins, but it's become mainstream, and that's something that the Israeli society should be aware of. Now let's cross the ocean, Dana. 2021, approaching 2022, looking at the international community, especially Washington and the Europeans. Are they interested? Are we and the Palestinians something that are on their agenda? I must say that they are interested, but less than before, because the world is changing and because of other global challenges that concern them more. But there's also the anomaly of reality. We're talking about the distinction between a one-state and a two-state solution when we actually have three sovereign entities. Israel, of course, is an independent country, the Palestinian Authority that was established by Oslo, and then there is Gaza. And Gaza has more characteristics of a state than the PA. It has an army, and it takes action against the state of Israel. The fact that the discourse is about a two-state solution is problematic, considering the fact that the situation has changed. So how can we continue having this discussion about an international agreement that talks about a two-state solution when in fact it is no longer realistic because there are three entities? So the international community is experiencing an anomaly with reality. And I think the state of Israel has an excellent opportunity now to take this reality and take it forward. Israel's arguments are very good. Let's put things on the table. In 2005, Israel took a step in the direction of a two-state solution. You can object to it or accept it, but the military disengagement, the military and civilian disengagement that it did was a significant step. The world should have applauded us. We had taken a step in the direction of a two-state solution, but what we got instead was missiles, non-stop terror, attacks against the civilian population, prisoners were taken, and claimed that we have ongoing responsibility, which does not exist in the international law, for the Gaza Strip. We are not there neither from the civilian or military perspective. So now expecting Israel to progress with a two-state solution when Gaza is an entity in itself, that's unrealistic, because what type of entity would pursue an idea that is so unrealistic? Israel should have recruited the international community years ago, but it's still not too late. There are many ways of doing so. The international community must be recruited in order to regulate the Gaza Strip in ways that have been talked about here at Reichman University. This has to be done in a decisive manner in order to achieve the two-state solution. We will talk about the future and address the issue of us and the international community. Now I would like to look ahead toward the future. We talked about reality, and we're also asking ourselves about the direction in which we're going. And the discussion will also be related to the manner in which you analyze the present. Looking ahead, what should Israel expect in the next few years? We're talking about a third intifada, Palestinian Spring, all these catastrophes that aren't happening, but maybe we should expect some type of peace and quiet. I will tell the audience in this hall and to those who are watching us Michael, we talked about a week ago, and you said something amazing. You said that everyone's waiting for the next explosion. Every time I talk to a Palestinian, people I'm asked, when is the next intifada? But the next explosion isn't really the real threat. The peace and quiet is the threat. Are we approaching a third intifada? I don't think so. And I must say that I haven't seen energies or signs of a third intifada. In the book that I wrote, I wrote that in '93, the Palestinians made a strategic decision to choose peace. In the year 2000, they made a strategic decision to choose war. And in 2005, the strategic decision was not to decide. And I think that's our story as well. Are we approaching a major conflict? I don't think so. There are different scenarios of the disengagement of the Palestinian Authority, the death of Abu Mazen, violence, but I don't think the society is there. I don't sense energy for violence. The second intifada is still very traumatic in the Palestinian narrative. There is a new young generation, and they still hear about the horrors of the second intifada. I think that the story is to keep pushing ahead and understand that there's a process that's almost deterministic. We know where it's going to, we know where we are, we know where it's going to end. And someone once said about once every 7 or 8 years, there's a cycle. Since 2000, every 7 to 8 years, there's an intifada. There's some type of intifada. So we may see violence. That is possible. But looking at the graph, if we look at the aircraft carrier that we call the Palestinian-Israel conflict, is going in that direction. And I'm sorry, I don't have anything better to say, but I think that's the reality.
Now we go back to the international arena. How do you see the Europeans, the Americans, the international community in our issue? The motivation is not low, unless a catastrophe happens. But I can tell you that the international community doesn't want to intervene in the Gaza Strip. Americans have a bitter experience with Afghanistan. Again, an organization of terror, not even a hybrid. The motivation is not high. It requires a lot of efforts. But I think that the first time in a Guardian of the Walls campaign, we saw recognition, at least in the situation where Gaza is separated from Judea and Samaria. That's the advantage of international law. When you look at facts objectively, the two entities are separate. They were also separate before '67 because Gaza was under Egyptian regime. That's the reality. The international community should have a lot of motivation to deal with it, and it doesn't have it. So I think that in the campaign there was a recognition that maybe without the solution of Gaza, we cannot go to two-state solution. So maybe there will be motivation. Israel also has to turn the disc of the 90s and to say to the world, we can turn Gaza maybe as a different, separate zone or demilitarized zone or whatever. It's quite difficult to convince the world to invest in such a place. Yes, it is difficult, but from a legal point of view, sovereignty, it's just recognition. The world understands now that Gaza is not part of the Palestinian Authority. And this is a strategic insight which is not part of the discourse. As simple as it is, and as obvious as it is, and it doesn't change no matter what we strive for and what we think and how we connect the two. Maybe the Palestinians will combine the two. They tried all sorts of unifications, but these are our wishes, what we want to happen. But we as legalists look at reality, and that is Israel has very harsh complaints about it. So this is an opportunity whereby big global moves of threats, the Iranian threats and internal threats of pandemic and collapse. Israel has an edge. It's a strong economy, technology. We can really advance many states around us, together with Americans, to demilitarize Gaza. Otherwise, we don't have a solution of the three sovereignties, and then we come to a situation that really we're going to have another intifada. Micha, the future and us, Israel. You developed the term of solution of the conflict. You hear it also in the Palestinian discourse. Do you think this is a kind of something that we can live with for a while? Maybe a decade. Maybe a decade. Look, I listened very carefully to the two speakers. Thank you. Both of you put Gaza on the table. Dana says, after we left Gaza and it's a terror state, the world cannot allow us to build a state there. It's going to be a terror state. It's going to threaten most of the Israelis. Ohad says, what happens if we leave Gaza as is? This is going towards one state. So if we do nothing, we're going to go to a catastrophe of one state, and this is the end of Israel as a Jewish democratic state. If we want to restore Gaza, then we are replacing one catastrophe with another. So what do we do? How do we prevent the catastrophe of Ohad without replacing it with Dana's catastrophe? This is failing cities not to create a Hamastan in Judea and Samaria. Maybe we should do some unilateral steps by Israel. We're not talking about the state, which is binary. Either yes or the autonomy. Autonomy, it's a category that enables you to think maybe there'll be more autonomy or less. How do we double the number of people in the Palestinian areas without jeopardizing the Israeli security? That neutralizes, postpones a one-state solution, but it doesn't prevent it altogether. I don't know if it's going to prevent. At the moment, we have a deterministic process of crawling annexation. Let's stop the catastrophe that Ohad was speaking about of one state, not by radical means that will bring about another catastrophe, Gaza and Judea and Samaria. I think that's how it's going to maybe reduce the conflict. It's not a solution, but this is a maneuver that will prevent catastrophes. Yes, it's a challenging idea, Micha. I think we should have this discussion for many, many hours with many, many people, but of course we are short in time. But one advantage that we have from this discussion and the interview before, at least we opened it up, this discourse. It's not trivial, and we should have the people of Israel deal with it. And apart from the hope to develop this discourse, I hope our next discussion will be much more optimistic. Here it's a bit despairing, but that's why we have to do things, not just to hope for them. So I thank you. I thank you, all of you. Speak with him. Shimon Schiffer, the veteran commentator, is going to lead the discussion. Hello, everybody. I hope you're not tired. By now, this conference, just a personal word, we talk about policy. We heard evaluations of the situation, prediction. You have to be careful with predictions. Recently, I told the Minister of Finance, Avigdor Lieberman, that in the beginning of the 90s, when I would meet Netanyahu, he would explain to me that there are three figures that are Ariel Sharon, the other was Saddam Hussein, and the third was Avigdor Lieberman. Netanyahu always said, listen, these three have finished. They're out. They're gone. So, and that's why I'm saying you have to be very cautious with predictions and all sorts of estimates. Avigdor Lieberman, Minister of Finance. The first question I want to ask you is, what is the basis? What are the basic assumptions that you thought about when you came to shape the budget? How did you see the connection between security and social security? What was in your mind? What kind of budget did you think about? First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Shimon. The first thing, when I entered office in the Ministry of Finance, I wanted to check the data, the figures. What is the prediction of growth, deficit, employment? And we looked at all the data. And after coalition negotiations, we knew what to demand. So it was obvious to me that the first mission is to create growth, high growth, because you cannot all the time divide the pie and to start moving one piece to one side in order to increase the pie. To increase the pie is, first of all, to produce high growth. And therefore, the entire activity that I did in the Ministry of Finance was directed towards these two things. How do we increase the growth, and how do we reduce the deficit? Another thing that was obvious, that the main battle is just to pass the budget, because economy requires certainty. And to take into account that the last time we voted on the budget was in March 2018, 3.5 years ago. This is something that really jeopardizes the economic stability and uncertainty. And therefore, these things were very, very definite. All in all, we came to a situation whereby today we are in a growth over 7% and deficit around 5%. And when I look at all the parameters, the realistic parameters, the volume of activity with credit cards, we are really breaking the pole. If you look at it, people just went out. Everybody is just using and using and using his credit card from morning to night. When you look at the quarterly statements of Israeli companies that are traded in the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange, fantastic figures. I look at the collection of taxes. Also, we're in a much better situation than you would imagine. And therefore, at the moment at least, we brought the economy of Israel to a very, very good place. What's important is that these things did not happen by themselves. There were 3 decisions made by the government of Israel, 3 harsh decisions. We were hesitating, we were talking today, it sounds very prosaic, but there were 3 major decisions. The first decision I made was to stop the leave of absence, the furlough. I remember people were shouting and yelling. I remember all sorts of articles in the papers and the programs on TV. We said we are doing away with furloughs, with the leave of absence. The second decision, and here again I thank all my colleagues in the government and the PM. They were ready to back me, to support me, and I said, no way, we do not shut the economy. I don't know how long the pandemic is going to linger. You have to live together with it and open the economy. And the third decision, led by the PM, the booster, to give the third booster for the vaccinations. These three decisions, together with a definite perception. For example, it was important for me to have a package deal in the economy. I entered office on 13th January, and on the 14th I convened in my office the governor of the Bank of Israel, the chairman of the Histadrut, the president of the Industrialists Association, and the chair of the Employers Association. I convened them all and I said we must, until the end of the year, to come to a package deal. And we obtained that as well. We are sitting here in a university that gives points to people who were in the army. I saw it throughout the years, how soldiers are accepted to university. They jumped on you because of the fact that the soldiers did not get any rise at all, because they're part of the victims of this budget. What can you say about that? You know, the soldiers who were discharged from the army, not the pensions of the permanent officers. Here as well, I was very clear, and I said, anything that has to do with wages and salaries and conditions of service, everything is from January 1st. But before that, we also made very harsh decisions. First of all, when I entered office, I found on my desk a painful problem with the soldiers who were injured in the army, with the handicapped soldiers. We made a special program for $1 billion of shekels for aid. The other thing that we started, I was still Minister of Defense, and then we were sitting with Eisengot and Udi Adam, and I, as a Minister of Defense, said that the state should help combat units, soldiers, and they can go study in university, and the state is going to fund a large part of their tuition. The third decision, also with security, before the soldiers, is to defend the northern part of the country. Even in 2018, I passed a decision in the cabinet to program to defend the northern part, because the need there is very urgent. To do everything possible in order to defend the population there. The moment I left the Ministry of Defense, Netanyahu immediately froze this plan. So here we're talking about 5 billion shekels for 10 years, $500 million a year, and these are the three decisions we made. And also regarding the wages of the soldiers, I was very clear. I said, this is not going to be before January 1st, 22. I wanted to pass the budget. I wanted to understand that we have where to take the money from, that we are collecting the money. We passed the budget. We saw the income, the expenditures. And I really have to say a good word about Ministry of Defense, Benny Gantz. He was with us on it. And we did it all quietly. We were not pressured when people tried to pressure us. Campaigns in the media, campaigns in the Facebook and in all the, online. We were not pressured, so it went clearly. And the moment I made sure that we have resources and funding the budget, funding the money, in order to improve the conditions of service for soldiers, does not come on account of anybody else. It's not across the board. It comes from the sources of the Ministry of Defense and Finances. And I think that the decision was important and in the right time. And I think that we can really say that we, the people of Israel, the state of Israel, we gave very generously to the regular soldiers the combatants, those who are on the first line, in the third year, they're going to get 3,000 shekels or even more. That is for a regular soldier. It's quite a lot of money, 3,000 shekel a month. And somebody who's not in the combat unit is going to get about 1,200 a month. Here, too, we kept some sort of a differentiation. And I think that the approach was the correct one. And I think that collaboration that enabled to do this in a responsible, quiet way. The main issue that came up here was, of course, Iran. Does the state of Israel have an option rather than a military option? Where are you in this issue of Iran? Israel should really prepare itself to attack by itself, even without the support of the United States. Are there budgets that you now are putting aside for such an attack? What is your policy?
First of all, there's the defense budget, which is large, and I keep getting questions about where it comes from and what you gave. We don't allocate enough money for its security. People move from one place to another and say, what you see from here, you don't see from there. But with me, that's not the situation. What I see from here is what I saw from there. The national budget does not allocate enough, and I wish I could allocate more for security and defense, especially now. We also have to take into consideration that the Iranians are serious people. Unlike many others, these are serious people. And yesterday, the director of the IAEA, and to begin a new round of talks will begin. And the way it seems, it is clear that the superpowers hope to reach an agreement with Iran at any cost. And what has to concern us is that we made a mistake. We made a historical mistake. In 1925, Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, and at the time everyone said he didn't really mean it, that he's not serious, he didn't mean it, it doesn't mean anything. In 1933, he won the elections for the first time, and in 1933, Jews in Germany were a part of the elite leadership, and they said, he doesn't really mean what he said. And we paid a very high price, the highest cost you could ever imagine. And when the Iranians say that their main goal is to destroy the state of Israel, they mean it, and it has to be taken seriously. Now you have to understand that there isn't another world in the country that says that as at the direct risk of destruction. The Iranians aren't planning on destroying any state other than the Zionist entity. They don't say it only theoretically. We see what they're developing and building around us in Lebanon and in Yemen, in the Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip, and their attempts to smuggle weapons into Syria. It's not a theoretical threat, so our approach is completely different than that of any other country, because there isn't a single country in the world that faces the threat of destruction. And once again, we have to take this completely seriously. Our approach is different. When I take our greatest friend, our biggest strategic partner, the United States, the approach of the United States is different because the U.S. has different capacity and different ability to retaliate. It's an entirely different scale. The size of Iran is 74 times larger than Israel, and its population is 9.5 times larger than that of Israel. In Israel, everything is crowded in the central part of Israel. I don't know exactly the distance between Herzliya and Tel Aviv. It's just one street apart. But there, when I take the two largest cities in Iran, Tehran and Mashhad, the distance between them is 900 kilometers. So our situation is different, and ultimately, we will have to make decisions in a responsible way, and we'll have to make those decisions on our own. We must understand that our situation is completely different. In addition, the Iranian regime now is the most extreme one that there has been since the Khomeini revolution. When I look at all the key figures in Iran, right now, these are the most dogmatic, most fanatic people, the most extreme people that we can imagine. And this makes the situation complicated. If you ask me how we should be making decisions on this matter, we have to start from the end. Or if you ask me when Iran will have nuclear capabilities, when I give my most conservative assessment, with or without an agreement, within 5 years, Iran will have nuclear capabilities and proven nuclear weapons. Within 5 years. Looking at its capabilities right now, not based on intelligence material, on published material, how much enriched uranium it has, even though it's enriched to a low level, but low-level enrichment is enough for a single nuclear bomb as well. What is the next stage? The next stage is probably to attempt, and they've already announced that they're enriching to 20%, the next stage is 90%, etc. And at the same time, they will probably have to continue developing their arsenal so that they'll have a place to put something to do with the enriched uranium, but they're pushing ahead, they're moving forward, they don't hide it, they're not trying to hide it, they're pushing in that direction. And I have to ask myself, I have to ask you, in 5 years from now, when we know that they'll have nuclear capabilities or approaching proven nuclear weapons, what will the state of Israel have to do? And we have to count back from there. So this raises the argument about the fact that since Iran is such a large country, Israel can't do the job alone. I don't want to get into that, but we have to make a decision on our own. I didn't say what decision we have to make, but we do have to understand that the decision that we make at the most conservative assessment will take 5 years. No more than 5 years before Iran has nuclear capabilities. Not only uranium, but the actual weapons. And that's what we have to take into consideration. It's complex, and no one else, and again, I don't have any illusions, no one else is going to do this for us. With all due respect to all of our allies and all of the other countries around the world, because the only country that is physically threatened, and when the Iranians say that they're determined to destroy the Zionist entity, they mean every word they say. I would like to come down a little bit, and I'm very worried, and I was thinking about it before we met. Your attack against the ultra-Orthodox population, saying that they have to be taken with wheelbarrows to the garbage dump. Do you regret what you said? Wasn't that too extreme? There are a lot of statements that they say, that I say. It really doesn't make a difference. What's important is that today, and this is what worries me the most, their integration in Israeli society is going backwards. This wasn't the situation. It's not like the situation 30 years ago. And now they're creating a parallel framework to the state of Israel, starting from delivery rooms in the hospitals, preschools, kindergartens, education systems, laws, legal systems, an entirely different world of ethics and values. No one remembers anything anymore. People prefer to ignore the facts, but a large part of the ultra-Orthodox leadership, even in 1948, objected to the Declaration of Independence. Rav Brisk was a harsh opponent. The Chazon Ish, one of the leaders at the time, he ruled that we had to mourn the establishment of this, that his people had to mourn the establishment of the State of Israel. But what worries me now is the involvement in the workforce. When I take the male population from age 25 and up, in the total population, it's about 84%. In the Arab population, among men, it's 66%. Among the ultra-Orthodox sector, it's under 50%. Looking ahead, my vision is for us to work in the right way, work properly, in the way that we are working today. There is no reason that in about 8 years from now, we won't be one of the most developed countries in the world. We have scientists that publish every year. The Human Development Index, Israel is in 17th place. There is no reason for us not to be among the leading 5 countries in scientific publications, even 3 leading countries. It's always the same 3. It's Norway, Switzerland, and Ireland. There's no reason for us not to be one of the leading 5 countries. And therefore, we have to include the ultra-Orthodox population into the workforce. We need the Arab population to also maintain the same percentage of involvement in the workforce as the Jewish population, around 84%. We have to improve education. We talk about how one of the challenges the government is facing is how to improve the education system from preschool until the institutes of higher education. I want to see many more universities, and the list of 50 leading universities in the world. Today, we don't have a single representative, and that's also an important aspect of Israeli society and education. So there's a lot of work to do. But I can say that putting the State of Israel among the leading 5 countries in the index of quality of life, if we don't need the Ministry of Immigration and the Jewish Agency, everyone will be waiting in line to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. That's what has to be done. Since this our time is limited, I have one last question for you. Where will Avigdor Lieberman be in 5 years from now? When you think about it, when you think about it personally or with your wife, if I asked your wife, what would she say that you would be in 5 years from now? In 5 years from now, if I'm invited to the Herzliya conference, I will be at the Herzliya conference. I can promise you that. That is a promise. Thank you very much, Mr. Lieberman. Thank you very much, Minister of Finance, Avigdor Lieberman, for this very interesting interview. And now I am honored to introduce the founding president of this prestigious institution, Reichman University, Professor of Law, Professor Uriel Reichman, for an interview in which he will talk to the head of this conference, head of the IPS, Major General Amos Gilad. We are familiar with his very rich security background and the many credits he has for his activity behind the scenes. And if we talk about this specific conference, he is the founding father of this conference, and we appreciate it very much. Please go ahead. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad you're here with us. This conference talks about the different external threats facing Israel, especially Iran, but we know that sometimes houses can collapse from the inside because of termites or other ways, and that is national resilience. And I would like to talk to you, Professor Eichmann, and hear your opinion. Beforehand, I would like to congratulate us for this first conference that we're holding at Reichman University. It's a very prestigious conference. People know that they climb from here. So tell us, what do you think about our domestic resilience and strength, which is existential for us? What type of threats of internal threats are we facing? Violence, lack of control. I remember there were times when I dealt with Lebanon, and the Minister of Finance talked about the participation of the ultra-Orthodox sector in the workforce. Where are we going? What direction are we going? And I'm interested in hearing your opinion. I think that the concern is justified. I think that we're living in very difficult times. I can tell you that I visited the Emirates and I sat there at a dinner for a leader there in one of the countries, and he brought two people that work with him. In the Emirates, there are about 1 million people that are citizens, and then a few million that are guests, that are workers. And these two people were people from Lebanon. And I started talking to them, and they said that the problem with Lebanon is that the Christians are divided. They're 25%. The Muslims are divided. There are Sunnis, there are Shiites, and then there are the Christians. The Christians are divided amongst themselves, and that is what causes the problem. So I thought for a moment about how a country, a city, that were so glorious part of the Middle East, considered the Paris of the Middle East, it broke down, it collapsed. It's civil war. They're on the verge of catastrophe. And why? Because they destroyed each other internally. And then take a different group that took its place, that succeeded. The tribes, the families managed to unite, and they're working together despite the differences of opinion. When I look at Israeli society, I must admit that I'm concerned by what we see, and the problems are very difficult ones. I see enormous gaps that are opening amongst us. I would begin by saying that we heard a lot about problems with security and the Palestinians and economics and other things. These are all means of existence, the existence of a state. But the question is, what are we existing for? What is the purpose of our existence? What is our vision? In which direction do we want to go? And do we even have a shared vision? And if there is no vision, then we are in a situation of collapse. And looking at the state of Israel today, I would say that there are things that we have to focus on. First of all, we've lost control. There's a problem today. If you want to go to a lot, you have to go through the south. You have to take at least 2 cars or even a convoy so that you can help one another in case the Bedouins decide to block the road or shoot at you. Or I heard stories from IDF officers that during wars that they wouldn't drive through Wadi Ara, they would drive in convoys and on other routes. It reminds me of the time of the British Mandate. In order to get to Jerusalem, you would have to drive through terrible roads that were controlled by the Arabs. In the south, the citizens are afraid. There's violence everywhere. They break into IDF bases, they steal weapons. And in the north, the situation isn't any better. According to the data that I saw from 2020, the agricultural violence has has exceeded has grown to unprecedented levels. They destroy, they burn in order to take over the fields in the future when the Jews abandon the land. And when you look, there are so many more examples of what's happening in the mixed cities. And the worst part is what happened recently after the operation in Gaza, when Herzl first presented his vision for the Jewish state. It was in the Maccabim Club before the first Zionist Congress. He said at the time that we can't guarantee that the skies will always be blue, but one thing that can be promised is that no one will be persecuted because of their religion, and that is exactly what is happening. It's a pogrom. What's going on, attacking innocent Jews, their own neighbors. It's a pogrom, and you look at that and you say, it's inconceivable. You walk down the streets of Jaffa and you could be attacked only because you're Jewish. But that's not the only problem. It's a very serious problem. We're living in a difficult situation. We're attacked on all of our borders, but the domestic violence is even worse. And we have our own violence as well. The extreme right is growing increasingly violent. There's the Lahava Association that are instigators that were part of the problem that incited the violence in Jerusalem. They attack people, beat them on the street only because they're Arabs. There's the Tag Mechir, the rebellions in the West Bank. There are case instances of violence against the Arab citizens. Where is control? Israel is losing control. And there are riots. There's violence in hospitals. There were over 100 attacks. People who went inside hospitals and beat up doctors and nurses. How could that possibly be tolerated? We even heard there are even cases of violence in preschools. So we are losing control. We're losing our sovereignty, and there's another aspect that comes from a different side. If you look at the ultra-Orthodox population, Lieberman was correct. What is happening there is that there is autonomy that is outside of the national frameworks. Of course, it's not all the ultra-Orthodox, they're not all like that. Not all the Arabs are problematic, certainly not all of them. The problems have to be handled, but we cannot accept the fact that a police officer will be beat, be a police officer not to be able to have control. It's inconceivable and it's unacceptable. Things happen, and there's an increase in the official data. The official data shows an increase in murder as well, shooting, and public unrest. The data shows that there's a constant increase. People don't feel safe. And then you have a situation of autonomy of entire entities that established a state within a state, and they do whatever they want. And I must say that I was horrified when I saw that the soldiers trying to enforce discipline regarding the pandemic. The ultra-Orthodox people attacked them. They called them Nazis. They beat them. There was one person, an ultra-Orthodox man, who ran over to the police and yelled that this is a war against Amalek, a biblical enemy. We have to erase any memory of their existence. The hatred was horrific, and this all happened in the face of a very difficult reality of verbal violence. I would say almost political violence. It was a type of, it was violence of an entire tribe within Israeli society. All over the world, there is a problem of lack of lack of security because of the Industrial Revolution. Not everyone can find their place. There's fragmentation of communities that can't exist anymore, don't thrive anymore. And then there's the media. The media that's broadcasting and narrowcasting. When it used to be radio and television and newspaper, there was control. It was monitored. The language was more refined. There were other ways of intervening. There was some type of control, some type of monitoring. But now, today, everything is possible. The boundaries were broken. It's very easy to spread fake news, and it happens often. All over the world, there are communities there are social media communities, and what happens there, and the extreme cases, it happens by us as well. A community is formed, and the community has to has to have something in common. You define yourself as the good guys. And you say that anyone who's not part of your community are the bad guys. And in order to maintain the community, there are loyalties, extreme loyalties that are created within the community. And then there are phenomena that exist in our society of victimization. We're victims because we're this, because we're that, for all different reasons. And surrounding this sense of victimization, there is more and more hatred, disengagement from everyone else. There's frustration, there's hatred and cohesion around figures that could ultimately lead to violence. And we've seen it in many different societies. And this is what is happening right before our eyes. What is happening before our eyes, and I must say clearly, is that Netanyahu is head of a very successful brand that he calls the right. And it's hard to define the difference between right and left because the differences are only at the extremities. There are some arguments, but basically it's hard to differentiate between the two of them. And surrounding this idea is anyone who's not with Netanyahu is left-wing. And in their talk, left-wing is dirt and right-wing is good. Left is bad, right is good. And surrounding this right, it builds forces together. And fake news is built around this discourse, saying that the leaders are trying to get rid of one another with false allegations. And this creates a large camp surrounding the social media communities. And what you see there, I must tell you, Amos, I didn't follow social media, but I asked a Professor Nahon, to show me, and I was horrified. There are constant calls for murder, for violence, for humiliation, calls to talks that will lead to what is called altruistic challenges. People are so altruistic that they want to prevent the tragedies that the other side is causing. You have an entire group that are together in the demonstrations that create the group and see the bad. It might create a situation in which people are violent, they put their life at risk since they're altruist. They believe in the values that they get within their group, and they're willing to pay the price. And that happened not so long ago. It happened not so long ago when Prime Minister Rabin was murdered by Yigal Amir. That's exactly what we're seeing now. We've reached a situation in which we've lost control of groups that are becoming more and more radical. You may have heard over the last few days of a public statement made by a public figure. He was talking from his heart. He's already there. He's already part of these groups, part of this discourse. He's talking about judges. He's talking about jails and about running people over and about the judges in the state of Israel. A glorious legal system that was established in Israel, one step at a time. And there, all the legitimacy is of the police, of the legal system, of the High Court of Justice, the courts, and the legitimacy of an elected prime minister. This all leads to a point that I would like to emphasize. And we mustn't forget, the state of Israel has a vision. The state of Israel was established because of its self-definition, because of the right to self-definition. That self-definition is not rooted in a Knesset law. It was rooted in a historical moment that is second most important in the history of the Jewish people. The declaration of the State of Israel after years of exile, and this declaration of independence is a document in which Israel presents its self-definition. I think is the second and most important document in the history of the Jewish people. The first is the Ten Commandments that dictated the moral values between people. The Ten Commandments and the Declaration of Independence are what defined Israel as a Jewish state, not a state of all its citizens. It stated that this is a Jewish state, and that the main goal of the state of Israel is to bring all Jews to Israel, to serve as a home for all Jews, no matter where they are and want to come to Israel. It defined values of equality, of freedom of religion and freedom from religion. It defined values of striving for peace that are fundamental values in the state of Israel. Zionism was established in order to create an excellent society based on moral and ethical values. It can support itself. It can give dignity to all Jewish people anywhere in the world, and we have to maintain that framework. That framework is being threatened by certain groups in Israeli society. There are three main attacks against this vision, and I believe one is, of course, the Arabs that do not believe in the Jewish state. Again, of course, not everyone. There are wonderful students here who want to feel part of the state. They're a minority, but they certainly do want to feel like an integral part of the state of Israel. But there are those that say that there is no room for a Jewish state in Israel. There is a second group that wants a state based on traditional Jewish law, Jewish halakha, Jewish law. As Smotrich said, that he follows in the footsteps of his father, who preached that the legal system should be based on halakha, on Jewish law, and that education should be based on halakha and Jewish law. Other than that, he was very moderate, but Smotrich wanted to introduce that gradually, step by step, contrary to the religious Zionism that saw the combination, the integration of modern values in the state of Israel. And the third group says that Zionism is an invention, a European invention, or an Ashkenazi invention. And the Zionist perspective is activated in order to enable the continued control of Jews of European descent, and the state has to change that. That Zionism is rooted in the traditions of the wise people of the Eastern Jewish communities. Is the idea of a state of Israel as it was stated in the Declaration of Independence, does that still apply? Or do people feel that they could live within the inclusive, humane perspective that is presented by the Declaration of Independence? But all of that is irrelevant because the attacks are not attempting to harm the source. If you find any changes in the source, they are related to the ability to continue going forward. So we must reach the point, and I think we're going in that direction. This place, the Reichman University, was established, and the ethical document states that it is a university that was established based on the principles of the Declaration of Independence, and more than anything else, we have to emphasize that, and we can't compromise in any way on that, in my opinion, and we can't obscure those values, not be a little bit ultra-Orthodox, etc. We have to follow the vision, and we must place that as the highest priority, call upon everyone, regardless of their political opinion. We have to make sure that we don't cause the sovereignty of the State of Israel to collapse, that we not lose the control or the vision of the State of Israel, which is a human and powerful vision that enables the establishment and preservation of a Jewish state. Give us the tools to do so while being completely ethical and moral. If there's a message that we as a university talk about, it is the matter of responsibility that we all bear to protect this state, not only physically and economically, but also and first and foremost from the perspective of the vision of the value of this state. If we don't protect and defend the vision, then other things, nothing else will help and everything will fall apart from within.
Fortunately, we're over the timetable, but the diagnosis is very impressive. But what do we do about it? You talk about incitement towards murder. That's what happened with Prime Minister Rabin of blessed memory. The moment somebody incited against him, he murdered him for the first time. Then he was murdered physically. I see the Prime Minister coming here to the conference, and I'm very impressed by the work that the Shabak people are doing. But they keep inciting against him. He's illegitimate. He's a traitor. We have to kill you. I don't want even to repeat what they're saying. The question is, what do we do about it? I think when people speak on behalf of democracy with incitement that leads to murder, you have to stop them and put them in jail for 30 years. Unless you have such modus operandi, everything you said is not going to work. It will continue the way it is. The situation is getting worse and worse. That's what I think. This is an incitement, and of course other actions, but I think this is one of the most shocking things. This crazy, violent discourse, throwing mud, lies, and delegitimizing people. The members of Knesset should live in security, and I salute the Shabak people, but ask ourselves, where did we come to? After the Rabin assassination, it became worse. No question, we have to look into control over the media. And I think people who speak about assassination in the media, you have to catch, to indict. This incitement is dangerous, and I'm saying the entire way, the form of discourse and these awful attacks on all the systems, police, law enforcement, law and order. This is inconceivable. You have to indict these people. And first of all, you do not accept it. This is not democracy. That's not the state of Israel the way it was envisioned. You have to have the courage to come and say it loud and clear. And in that, you cannot accept it. And there were all sorts of people here who came and they were asked about it. They said, oh, yeah, you have opinions, people have opinions. No. This party, if it wants to maintain the principles, the Likud party, with their historic background, should come and detach itself clearly from people who call upon murder with the loud voice, to do away with the justice system, to throw away the judges, to put them in cages. Where did you ever hear such discourse? When these people continue to serve in a party, a democratic party, I say that we must be truthful to the basic Zionistic values and to go ahead with it and not to give up, not to try to create compromise among the tribes. We have to do it. I agree with you 100%. I'm not ready that a policeman who represents Israeli sovereignty will be treated like a wash rag. If somebody talks like that or does things like that, put him in handcuffs and arrest him. I'm saying, first of all, it's impossible. We have to be tough in order to defend the values of law and order and the basic principles of the State of Israel. I think we should say that the national resilience together with the security feed one another. Professor Reichman, I thank you. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk. Thank you. And now we are in the last part, a very interesting talk that was recorded by Amos Gilad with Chaim Saban about the entire issue of the relations between Israel and the U.S. and its impact on what happens here and in the entire Middle East. Let's watch. Chaim Saban, hello. We are now in the Conference for Policy and Strategy, and the key factor was always the United States. Do you see some order of priorities and things that happened between Israel and the United States? Did we draw the lessons? I think there are a few cracks that I can see, but you know that cracks in a house can become big, can become a real threat. What do you think? Where should we go? How should we analyze the situation? I don't think that there's a problem with the Republican Party, but I know there is a problem with the Democratic Party, but not with all of it. Only the left extreme wing, what they call the squad. And you cannot convince them to support Israel, so you have to make all sorts of deals with them so that they remain neutral. As Nancy Pelosi told me more than one time, when I suggested she come to Washington and make a speech about the right way of thinking and to talk against the policy, why is this against the American interest? When I speak to Americans, I always talk about the American interest, why it's important to America to be in strategic relations with Israel. And she said to me, look, the one who decides at the end of the day is the leaders. you're going to go and start preaching to them, explaining to them. Ignore them. It's the best thing. I think and I hope that the new ambassador is going to do his job. The information with this group that they don't understand. They have no idea what's actually happening here. You know, they have somebody there whose grandmother lives in the West Bank. And she had some problems when she had to come into Israel, and that drives them nuts. But there's a way to sit with them. But Nancy Pelosi said no. No, you give them a platform, you should just ignore them. So I hope that the new ambassador will do whatever he should do in order to convince this group that it's an American interest. And I would say to them, you are elected in America. Think about America and the importance for America with the relations with Israel. Now, regarding the Iranian issue, you know that America withdrew from the deal. A military option without an American support is not possible. The Arab world is losing force. So how do we come back to a common denominator that can cope with the Iranian threat, and God forbid it becomes an existential threat? How do we find an operative common denominator apart from hasbara, from information? The first thing is that before the Iranian problem, Biden has a long list of problems he has to deal with. What's going to happen in 2022, elections to the Congress, the pandemic, which is not over yet, the budgets for infrastructure that he finds it difficult to pass, China, and the behavior in Taiwan, North Korea. It's a long, long list. And he has to put off the problem with Iran in one way or another, because it's not on the head of the list. It's not at the top of his priorities. So that's the first problem. For Israel, it is number one. For Biden, it's number 6, 7, 8. It's not his first priority. The second thing is that the United States behaves as if Iran is a superpower. And let me tell you word to word what I said in a Zoom that I had with Biden last week. I said to him, I don't know who the superpower is, Iran or the United States. You're sitting and waiting for Iran will deem it fit to sit with you for negotiations. It's a topsy-turvy world. How can you even think about it? How can you understand it? Another thing, who am I to say we should attack militarily or not? I'm not the expert, but I can have an opinion. It's the show of force. You have to show force. The one that flies in the Middle East, and it's backed by 2 F-15s of the IDF, Israeli Air Force. That's a show of force. Much more than that. Show them that you have the force and the capability to turn to a military offense. But you're not even doing that. You're waiting. You're sitting and waiting for the Iranians to be nice and come and sit at the table. So what should we do then? What did he say, Biden? He said Iran is a very complicated issue that I would love to talk to you about, but not at this time. I'll be happy to talk to you, but not at the moment. So I recorded it. I wrote it down. I said it's not that far to go to Washington to actually meet with him. And I want to know what he has to say, but the United States is behaving as if Iran is the superpower. From time to time, we talk about the Palestinian issue. Where is the place of Israel and the Palestinians in the new government administration, if you compare it to the former one? The same place I am since 1967. We have to separate. We have to separate. I don't know what it is, 2 states for 2 peoples, 1 state. We have to separate. When I talk to right-wingers in Israel who talk about 1 state for 2 peoples, I don't get an answer ever. What is the solution apart from apartheid? They have no answer. Nobody has an answer. And I spoke to many people from the right, the moderate right, the extreme right. They believe in 1 state. They don't have an answer. Unless we separate from the Palestinians, it's going to be 1 state for 2 peoples. And I don't know if the state of Israel is ready to have Ahmed Tibi as a Minister of Defense. I like Tibi very much personally, but I don't know if the state of Israel can appoint him as Minister of Defense or Mansour Abbas as a Prime Minister. I don't see the solution. How do the Americans see it? It's true it's not first in their order of priorities, but what do they say? It doesn't help. This is the Palestinian issue is on the sideway. The Palestinian issue is in place 211, maybe. Apart from, of course, the rhetorics. Rhetorics is something else. Yes, 2 peoples, for 2 states, 2 peoples. I spoke to but that consulate in Jerusalem, and he said, no, we have to do it, but not now. Okay. They're not interested. Forget it. What? He's got many things on his plate. Well, we can continue to speak until tomorrow evening. As we say, how long is this going to hold? What do you think will happen? Give me your opinion for years to come. What's going to be now with the new government in Israel? Well, the relations is a strategic alliance. The more we align with them on their interests, and as much as possible about values, everything will be okay. On the day, God forbid, that the state of Israel will become a binational state, and will not give the right of vote to all the Arabs from the Mediterranean to Jordan, then I hope the state doesn't come. What is the weight of the Chinese challenge in all this? China is a big problem. As far as America is concerned, there's Taiwan and all sorts of other problems there. What they are doing, the Americans, they talk with all their allies without getting into details that NBC spoke to me about. and they exert great pressures on the Emirates about their relations with China. You know, the agreement of the F-35, they made it as a condition. The conditions of the F-35 to change the relationship between the UAE and China, that was one of the conditions, but they cannot do it, the UAE. And that's why the F-35 deal is stuck. And I suppose that the pressure of China on Israel is identical. Unfortunately, the time is short. What is your central recommendation regarding the policy of the government of Israel regarding the relations with the United States regarding our national security? Two main things: to align with the U.S. at the level of differences and the level of values, to have the same interests on the same page with the U.S. And the second thing is to work properly in the Congress by the ambassador, the new one. He's very talented and he can do it, to make sure that the Congress, most of it, will continue to support Israel. Chaim Saban, as usual, very enlightening. I thank you for your words. Thank you. Anytime. Well, that concludes the conference of the Reichman University IPC. Thank you for those who came and those who watched us on FaceTime, to the planners, to the organizers. Thank you.